Thank you, and good morning, everyone. This hearing is called to order. I recognize the presence of a quorum of committee members. Members of the committee in attendance are council members. My co-chairs today are council members Parker and Jones, council members Squilla, Green, Gim, Thomas, Gautier, Quinones, Sanchez, Brooks, and O'Neill. This is a public hearing of the Committees on Public Safety, Labor and Civil Service, and Fiscal Responsibility and Intergovernmental Cooperation. And the purpose of this public hearing is to hear testimony on Resolution 220153. I understand that state law currently requires that the following announcement be made at the beginning of every remote public hearing as follows. Due to the current public health emergency, city council committees are currently meeting remotely. We're using Microsoft Teams to make these remote hearings possible. Instructions for how the public may view and offer public testimony at public hearings of council committees are included in the public hearing notices that are published in the Daily News, Inquirer, and Legal Intelligencer prior to the hearings and can also be found on phlcouncil.com. The clerk will now please read the title of the resolution before this committee today.
Authorizing the Committees on Public Safety, Labor and Civil Service, and Fiscal Stability and Intergovernmental Cooperation to hold a hearing examining the current staffing landscape within the Philadelphia Police Department to identify problems and solutions to improve public safety and ensure the best use of taxpayer dollars.
Thank you. I want to thank also Council members Jones and Parker for introducing this resolution with me as the heads of the Public Safety and Labor and Civil Service Committees, respectively. I also want to thank all my council colleagues, department leaders, and others for joining us today to continue our discussions on our city's most important issue, the violence epidemic. But first, I do want to extend my deepest condolences to the two state troopers and civilian and their families that were killed this morning on I-95 in South Philadelphia. This tragedy reminds us that law enforcement officers put their lives on the line every day. And we thank them for protecting and serving our community. I'd like to ask for a moment of silence for the two state troopers and the civilian who died this morning, and for all of our public service people who have lost their lives in the line of duty, and to all those who have died from gun violence. Just a moment of silence, please. Okay, it's terrible news this morning, really sad. We continue to see in Philadelphia the highest level of violence in our modern history, and it weighs on all of us. Every single person here knows what kind of pain and suffering this epidemic is causing. It hurts our communities, our families, and our city's entire psyche. My colleagues, council members Jones and Johnson, have been running several hearings, many, to talk about how we operationally attack this problem through programs and tactics. But a new problem came to light in the last few years, and that is our police department is working with far fewer members than they should have, and we know we can't fight the violence epidemic with an understaffed police force. Today's hearing is the result of a resolution I recently introduced to examine the current staffing landscape within the Philadelphia Police Department to identify problems and solutions that will improve public safety and to ensure the best use of taxpayer dollars and spending on what works for the results we desperately need. Hey, Senator Hughes, how are you? I just saw you there. I want to make it clear that we're not here today to point fingers or blame individuals or departments. Nothing productive or constructive will come from playing those types of games. We're here to only find solutions and to work together and to be positive. That means all of us, local, state, federal officials, all agencies working alongside our residents and communities, all of us together. It's our responsibility. However, I fully anticipate tough questions are going to be asked today. It's necessary that we get to the root cause of any staffing issue if we're going to get the city back on track. That being said, we're dealing with some tough facts, so let me share a few just to set the tone for the hearing. Last year, there were 562 homicide victims. Sons, daughters, fathers, mothers, friends, and neighbors who all lost their lives because of tragic incidences that maybe didn't need to happen. This year, 80 days into 2022, we're nearly 110 homicides, still outpacing last year's rate. As of the end of last week, there were 429 shooting victims, 336 non-fatal and 93 fatal. Towards the start of this year, the police department had 603 members unable to work due to using Regulation 32 and the heart and lung benefits. Another 107 were on limited duty, 100 were on restricted duty, 99 were on administrative duty, and 48 others were on other types of leave. When you put it all together, it's almost 1,000 members, about 950 or so, unable to perform the intended role that we need them to do. The police department's leave usage is trending upwards in most categories of leave, and we anticipate losing approximately, I believe, close to 900 to 940 members over the next 5 years in all ranks, and that only includes planned or known retirements at this time. So lastly, the department is seeing lower rates of applications coming in to join the department's ranks. And this is all at a time when we're raising expectations for how police officers perform their roles and responsibilities in our communities. Needless to say, we are facing a serious police staffing crisis, just as we're glaring at a violence epidemic. We have no choice but to come together, put the politics aside, and figure out how we walk back from this cliff. We cannot expect to improve public safety in Philadelphia without the appropriate levels of police staff on our streets and in our communities. Today we have an opportunity to hear where our city stands today in addressing these issues, but we all, and I stress all, play a role in getting our city back on track and moving in the right direction and helping our police department staff up. I look forward to hearing from everybody today, and I really hope we hear answers and guidance on what our next steps must be by the end of the hearing. Thank you very much. Ms. Gerbeck, please call the first. Oh, I'm sorry. Do my co-chairs would like to make any remarks prior to announcing the first panel?
Well said, Mr. Chairman. My only addition would be that there is one problem, but it can be viewed from several lenses, and one of which I think the police commissioner talked about a bit in her press conference as to the state of the force and it having problems getting recruits in general. One of them in particular is diversity recruits. And we've been taking a look at, Mr. Chairman, how the selection process happens in the city of Philadelphia and what we can do to get and retain more recruits for the Philadelphia Police Department. One way is the Explorers, which we've tried to work with, which is almost a pre-cadet form of engagement that a lot of urban kids who may want a career in law enforcement can be a part of, and it is a feeder into the academy. The second is looking at the cadet programs that exist in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, one right down the street, which is at Community College. There is a particular emphasis in that cadet training program towards African American and Latino recruits to try to prepare them for the test and rigors of the academy, which hopefully we will try to expand upon support that is currently having their first class of recruits coming through the program. One of the things that we've also found out, Mr. Chairman, was that a lot of the recruits that wash out because of the physical running qualifications, push-ups, things that they go through at the beginning of the recruitment into the academy. So we're looking at some of the things, and I'm thankful to you, sir, for highlighting what we can do from a number of vantage points to look at the problem of our shrinking cadet population. I have, every year I've been here, going up to the police academy to talk to the new recruits about varying topics. But you're right. We have to have people that are guardians that want to protect and serve the public. and it is a worthwhile profession to seek, and we need to reemphasize that to the recruits. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Jones, and thank you for all you've been doing in this area. You've been doing a great job. Thank you. Madam Leader?
Thank you, Chairman Dom and Whip Jones, and to all members of the committees on public safety, labor and civil service, and fiscal stability and intergovernmental cooperation. I want to start by saying a special thank you to Councilmember Dom for his leadership in this effort, and looking at it from a holistic approach. Councilmember Dom, I appreciated your opening comments, and in full agreement with what members of the public just heard from you, along with our public safety chairman, Jones. And I just really wanted to get on the record for the benefit, not of our members, because we eat and sleep and breathe it, but for members of the viewing public, that law enforcement plays a very essential role in helping to ensure that Philadelphians in every neighborhood across the city feel a sense of safety in their city and where they live. And everyone deserves a right to feel that way. I want to just get these 5 buckets on the record, because all of us, and when I say us, I'm referring to City Council as a whole, have been working in one way or another to move these buckets forward. The first one, Chairman, is community policing, as I am concerned, and that is the number of officers who are in our neighborhoods on bike patrol and walking the beat the way they used to. We seem to be in a responsive role where we are responding to crime, but not as proactive and being preventive in how we think about this. And I think a whole lot of it we'll hear from Commissioner Outlaw. I know I just viewed her PowerPoint, because of our need to get more officers recruited in the pipeline and actually on the force. Obviously, there's recruitment and hiring. Next is quality of life. Next is victim and witness relocation. For the benefit of the viewing public, I know when you hear folks talk about witness protection, you think that about the federal program. In the city of Philadelphia, in the Commonwealth, we have witness protection programs, because people are not given new identities. They are simply moved to a safer location, and this is referred to as witness relocation. And the final bucket for me is community engagement. So, Chairman Dom and Chairman Jones, I'm looking forward to hearing the testimony in this hearing, and to see how we can work as a collective to ensure that all residents in the city of Philadelphia feel a sense of safety, and that it is the #1 priority here in our great city. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Leader. I want to thank you and Councilmember Jones for co-chairing this with me, so thank you very much. Ms. Gerbeck, please call the first panel of witnesses.
Great. We have for our first panel Commissioner Danielle Outlaw from the Philadelphia Police Department, and then available for questions we have Barry Scott, who is from Risk Management, and Michael Sicagni from the Office of Human Resources.
Good morning, everyone. While we are waiting for Director Battle Murillo to get our slide deck up, I too want to say good morning to the chairpersons, Dom, Jones, and Parker, and to other members of the community. Before we get started, I too want to acknowledge the tragic deaths last night that happened, or actually early this morning on 95. Not only to the civilian and their family, but to the state troopers that lost their lives. Obviously, we are here at the Philadelphia Police Department to continue to provide whatever assistance that they need. But I think it's very important to just take a moment, again, to acknowledge what happened this morning, given the very topic that we're talking about today. Again, my name is Police Commissioner Danielle Outlaw. I'm the Commissioner of the Philadelphia Police Department. With me, co-presenting, will also be Deputy Commissioner Christine Coulter and Deputy Commissioner Robin Wimberly. Happy Women's History Month to everyone. We're still in the month of March. And I'm also joined by the rest of my executive team. If there are any additional questions, Deputy Commissioner Nash, Deputy Commissioner Dales, Director Garvey from the lab. We are here at your disposal. But I will go ahead and get started. We said that we'd be talking about the current landscaping of PPD's sworn staffing specifically, and I'd like to go ahead and delve into that. Let me go ahead and start with the next slide. So if you see here, I'm starting here because this is just, I like to start with background and bring us into how we got to where we are today. While I don't necessarily have the how of where we got to these numbers, I want to just show how over time the numbers have been dropping. We use these years very specifically because it's the beginning of the tenure of my predecessors. So in 2008, it was when Commissioner Ramsey began. In 2016 is when Commissioner Ross began. And then in 2020 is where I began, when I began. And this chart not only talks about what our staffing levels were during those times or during those years, but it also overlays homicides and non-fatal shootings. And again, I think you can see back in 2008 when the numbers were lower and beginning to decline, the homicide and the non-fatal shooting numbers, there was more staffing. And then in 2016, as our staffing levels continued to decrease, we see that the homicides and the non-fatal shooting numbers also began to steadily increase over a period of time, beginning back in 2016. It's also important to note that according to the census, that our population increased between 2010 and 2020 by about 5.1%. So we're dealing with less staffing and our numbers are growing with residents here in the city. And then we're also seeing that our non-fatal shootings and our homicides were increasing at the same time. Next slide, please. So this is the number that I think we've all been going back to. Today, our authorized strength, this is the number that we're allowed to hire for, is budgeted for 6,380. But our actual strength, which is what we're going to go into in a little bit, is around 5,900. So while on paper we're authorized for a little bit over 6,300, we actually have about 5,900. Next slide, please. I'll turn it over to Commissioner Coulter.
Good morning, Chairman Down, rest of the committee. I'm honored to be testifying here today. And as the chair said earlier, there's about close to 900 officers leaving in 5 years. I will be one of those who are retiring in that time period, but I plan on being a lifelong Philadelphia resident. So I, like you, want to work together to make sure that we get this right and we make sure that there's coverage for the years, many years ahead of us. I wanted to talk a little bit about heart and lung first, because that's clearly one of the big impacts on not only what our authorized strength is, but who we have available for duty. So as you know, heart and lung allows disabled police officers and firefighters to receive 100% of their salary tax-free when they're injured in the performance of duty. When the Heart and Lung Act came along, it was put in place really to protect police officers and firefighters, to ensure that they were not put back to work before they were able to go to work. But as we all know, looking forward with any system, there tends to be people who really need it and then some people who abuse it. So we're dealing with those challenges on a regular basis. And the Act enables officers to be treated under heart and lung if they are not okay with the doctors or the care or their perceived care in the 32 system. We currently have 564 officers who are injured on duty at no duty. That's as of today. And there's an additional 121 who are on limited duty status. Since December, which are charts that we're going to be referring to later, our actual number has gone down. We were at 632 with 106 who are limited duty. So made very little progress, but we're at least going in the right direction there. Next slide, please. Just to give a little bit about the process when an officer is injured, they're required to report that injury within 48 hours and prepare the necessary paperwork. If they're unable to do it, a supervisor will prepare it for them. Supervisor then calls in the IOD claims line, and then the officer is given an appointment. The officer will get treatment, and then a determination is made whether it is a service-connected injury. One of the issues that we are dealing with and have always been is what happens when fraud is reported. There have been instances where it's either reported to members of the police department, to internal affairs, to outside sources, and those frauds are investigated by risk management. And there have been instances where officers' benefits have been terminated. They've not been able to stay on heart and lung. But the difficulty and the challenge is always with proving that fraud when we're not the medical experts, and a medical expert will testify as to whether it was reasonable or expected that an officer was engaged in a certain activity and whether that indeed violated their ability to collect heart and lung. But there have been instances where people have been terminated. Next slide, please. I know only the top half of this chart is visible, but we were operating on the charts that were sent out by the city with regards to people and the leave that they've used since 2018. And as you'll be able to see, one of the questions were that we did not use sick time during COVID because everybody was carried administrative. It was a record-keeping way of carrying people who were out with COVID or quarantining for COVID. But we didn't see a significant increase of number of people who were out through the course of the entire pandemic. Early on, we had a lot of officers either testing positive for COVID as well as those who had to quarantine because they were either exposed to COVID or somebody in their household had it. We also had additional officers who had to take leave to care for family members, children, or other family members who had COVID. Unlike a lot of our city population early on in COVID, police officers as well as firefighters and some other essential services had to come to work, and those unable to do so because of either schools closing or the care for their children did use increased time. And something that we're also seeing now, which is affecting our time and our usage, is the new paternity provisions that were in the bargaining unit's contract, that now, based on those provisions, an officer within 18 months of the birth of their child, being a parent, whether biological or adopted, can take a month off of paternity leave to care for those children. So it's starting to impact our numbers as well, because it's hard to plan because you don't know when those officers are going to be requesting the leave. We also had an increase in IOD over that time period, steadily going up from 2018, with a huge rise in 2020, which was right around the time when we had the civil unrest. And just as a point of reference, in that 1 week, we had over 60 officers who were injured on duty, some of them very, very seriously, hit by cars, broken arms, stuff that would be long-term injury and illness, and other ones with not as serious but still significant injuries. Next slide, please. Some of the frequently asked questions that we wanted to just clarify with our presentation is that, yes, COVID was classified differently. It was counted as administrative leave. And if you looked at the previous chart, you will see in the months that our city, actually state and country, had the largest outbreaks is when you saw those bumps up in administrative leave. We've always had officers since the beginning who were either quarantined or affected with COVID. But in those periods, those numbers quadrupled at times, and you'd see that really went forward. One of the other questions that was asked based on the city calculations is the use of other, which is very minimal in the police department, but that captures things that aren't captured anywhere else, such as when officers have to donate blood in an emergency or stuff like that. There's no category in one Philly or classification, so it's used as other, but our other numbers are very, very small. Our officers who were carried COVID during the entire pandemic, a lot of them were workplace exposures. It was deemed with a presumptive illness that the officer, more likely than not, did catch COVID at work and were carried administratively. And just wanted to point out that in that period, we also had 8 officers who died who tested positive to COVID. And there is also a reference on that chart where a couple months, July, August, where our numbers were really low. That is not an accurate counting. In one Philly, there was the inability to capture those actual numbers in those months. So those numbers aren't that we had a great drop in that period, but we actually considered around the same amount, but were unable to capture those numbers. Next slide, please. Looking at our current staffing vacancies, this is just really to show that is within every rank, and it's also throughout the entire department. Everybody thinks of vacancies as in patrol, but the ability to perform all the other necessary functions in the department are also hit significantly when we don't have the staffing we need. When we look at our variance, that number is by our authorized strength when we're looking at the point of reference period from 2018 on, when our authorized strength was 6575. It's now 6380, and we're not at that number, but showing a variance of where we were actually 4 years ago to where we are now is almost 750 officers down, and that does not count the ones that Councilman Dom explained in the beginning who are not available for service. But as you can see, it affects our investigative ranks, it affects our support services, training, all the way across the board. We are, missing folks and making the necessary adjustments to pull folks from these already short places to supplement patrol to make sure we have the highest level of safety on the street at all times. Next slide, please. The next one was the only area that we pulled out separately, and that was our area of forensic science. We have 28 non-sworn people, 20 scientists, technicians, and an executive assistant, and 21 sworn, 17 police officers, and 4 sergeants. We have significantly vacancies in both categories, but looking at the current barriers to recruitment in those areas have to do with people who do not live in Philadelphia who have that skill set. We contend that arguably anybody who wants to work in that field who lives in Philadelphia is already doing so. So the ability to recruit people to get folks that have that skill set, and quite honestly, our forensic scientists don't make what they make in private sector. So it is a very, very tough area for us to recruit folks and then retain them. Bringing people in is not also as challenging as keeping them, but to compete with other markets, there's folks that will get a couple years and get their resume built and then move on to where they're paid higher. So it is a skill set that we're always looking for, and it's always a challenge to get what we need there. Next slide, please. One of the comparisons we did just from the period of 2019 to 2022, which is when our staffing level, 2019, when we were at 6577. So we were as close as we had ever been to our authorized strength in my tenure. Looking at those numbers to where we are now, the difference that we've spent in general fund overtime is about $5 million. And a large portion of that was to either use staffing replacement or to cover details where we used to have more officers that we were able to work at a straight time rate. Now we have to use in an overtime status. But if you remember the first chart that Commissioner Outlaw showed when we were at 6577, if you look at our crime, 2017 was our lowest year of homicides in recent history, and we had a decrease in shootings as well. So it's clear that there is a correlation to adequate staffing levels in comparison to our ability to fight and control crime. Next slide, please. I'm going to turn it over to Deputy Commissioner Wenberry at this point, and she'll talk a little bit about recruitment, retention, and some recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Commissioner Wenberry.
I think you're on mute. You're open now.
DC Wimberly, is it an audio issue? Okay, until you, I can pick up for until we figure it out. We can go ahead and go to the next slide. So this slide just goes over exactly what our recruitment process is. You're good now? Nope, you're not. Okay, you can log out, log back in. I'll pick it up for you until you get back in. These are the steps. I won't go through all of the bullet points, but as you can see, the initial steps is when we gather the information. There's a reading examination, which we'll talk about a little bit later. The physical agility exam, which is state mandated, and you get 3 attempts there. And the scoring is based on the age and gender. And then the second step allows us to move forward through with a physical exam, the psych. That's when we have, we're reviewing all of the background information, checking social media, the poly. That's where we get more in depth. Next slide, please. These are some stats, and again, I won't go through all of these. This is an example based off of recruitment list 21A. We used it in 2021. 21A is the list that allowed us to grandfather in those individuals who weren't necessarily residents, given that the legislation was fairly new and was taking effect. But this is the breakdown demographically of the candidates that we were getting, and then also it shows where we were losing people. About 900 people of the 3798 actually attended an orientation. 122 applicants withdrew. 570 failed the reading and the agility test, and of the 255 applicants that were interviewed, only 65 were hired. So what this tells us is that we need meaningful ways to continue to stay engaged with people throughout the entire process, given that the process is as lengthy as it is. And then we also need to, which DC Wimberly will step in and talk about, look at some other options as it relates to the reading test, and then we'll tell you how we've continued to engage people with working with them early on for the physical agility as well, to make sure that they are in fact prepared to pass when they're ready to get to that portion. DC Wimberly, you ready for me to turn it back over to you?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, next slide, please.
Yes, sorry about that. So this is a slide that shows our residency requirement and how it was broken down for our class, for our list of 21A. Which had a total of 3798 applicants. 21B was the first list with only Philadelphia residents, and it resulted in a list of 2478 in total applicants, which is a very large difference in how many people applied. Next slide, please. The department asked for CRITAC to conduct an assessment of our recruitment unit, and what they were looking for was a review of our hiring and our retention practices. The next slides will show some of the recommendations from CRITAC. Next slide, please. As you can see, they gave us recommendations regarding our recruitment and outreach strategy, some of which we have already implemented, our marketing and communication strategies, which are some we are currently working on, and our workload demand and staffing allocation, which is very difficult now that we have such a reduction in numbers. Next slide, please. Again, here are some of the recommendations that we have been able to put in place, but there are some needs that we have to further this venture. Next slide, please. What we are doing in helping some of the potential recruits to pass the reading exam is that we have partnered with Temple University, who has a funded program for a literacy program. We have now 225 applicants who did not pass the reading test that have signed up for this. The reading test, I'm sorry, I was offline. I don't know if the commissioner mentioned, is a 9th grade level reading test with the Nelson-Denny test, which is state mandated. We have been in conversation with the state to change that test. So we have found, while working with the Police Foundation, there are 2 other tests that are used by other departments, the NPOST test and the TAB test. And we're going to give, we have 100 of those tests. We're going to give a sample set to 50 applicants who did not pass the Nelson-Denny test and 50 applicants that are currently in the academy. And we're looking to gather data to prove that we can use a different test and still get the results that we need. As was mentioned by Councilman Jones, Community College has a program for those who are interested in law enforcement. We have partnered with them and have been working along with them for that. Currently in the academy, we have Class 395, which has 41 recruits that are scheduled to graduate on April 8th. We have Class 396 that currently has 78 recruits. They are scheduled to graduate September 16th. And as of today, we put in Class 397, which has 48 recruits, which they are scheduled to graduate December of 2022. Next slide, please.
I just want to interrupt for a second. We're getting some comments from viewers on Channel 64 saying they're having difficulty in seeing a full screen. Maybe can we expand the screen for our viewers, possibly? We can keep going. I just wanted to make sure tell that to our tech department.
This slide represents some of the initiatives that we have started that I've just spoken about. We're looking to streamline the applicant process to increase engagement within the city, and there are some zip codes that we're working with OHR and the Free Library to do that. Next slide, please. And here are our funding requests. I've updated you on the Nelson-Denny reading test, and we need a real-time applicant tracking system, and the cost of that is $45,000. Also, we need materials, so when we go out to do recruitment, that we can be successful in our endeavors, also with advertising and technology needs, for a total of $94,000. Next slide, please. This is just points to note. There's some stumbling blocks we have with recruitment, and funding is also going to be a problem for us. Next slide, please. That's my presentation. Any questions?
There are questions, yes. I just want to recognize Councilmember Bass, who's joined us. Thank you, Councilmember. I have several questions I thought I would ask. I'm not sure who would be responding to them, but I'll just ask away. Looking at the uniformed leave usage and workforce availability from the beginning of fiscal year 19 to halfway through fiscal year 22, it seems that the overall availability is declining as leave usage is slightly increasing. Can you help explain to us the trend line? It looks like the trend was starting but even before COVID, and it has just had a steady increase during COVID. And what do you think has been the impact, part 2 of that, of the staffing shortage on department morale and on day-to-day operations?
Well, I think that's a huge part, and I think the fact that when we're operating short and officers are required to work more overtime, they're required to work additional shifts, it takes its toll not only on officers physically, but also on their families, and then they wind up taking leave. When officers have authorized vacation, it's not our big concern because we know that they're going to be missing on those days and we know how to make those adjustments. But leading into some, whether they were special events, and then leading into some of the challenges that we had in the summer of 20, days off were canceled for quite some time, and officers who still have their family and their health and other challenges would take leave that they earn contractually, but the timing isn't always good for the department. So I think the shortage is going to continue to take its toll on our officers, that you can only mandatory require people to work for so long without it really hitting the officer and hitting their ability to come in and do the job. So I think it's been something that started when our staffing levels started to drop, and now it's been exacerbated by that continual drop of officers.
Okay.
And I'll chime in really quick too, Chairperson Dom. The further reach of impact that we should also be discussing is the point that Chairperson Parker made in our ability to get more people out of their cars on foot, on bicycles, along commercial corridors. And we're prepping for the spring and summer now. And so what we did last year was made sure that we prioritized our deployments according to where we needed the most problematic areas. And that meant problematic, not just grids or areas within the city, but we're also talking about rec centers or wherever there was summer programming for our young people so we can bolster our visibility there. But we know that prior to the summer, we had to extend our school safety zones, our buffer zones. So it wasn't just around schools, it was the areas around the schools. So now we're, again, moving into the summer, and we're talking about increased visibility, not only in these areas, but then also accounting for those folks who are out on leave. So that means we're pulling people out of plainclothes assignments to put them back in marked cars and in uniforms. And at some point, that it's just not sustainable. It's a short-term solution, but we're going to need to make sure that we have the numbers so we can go back to what we know people want, which is high visibility, the ability to not only be present, but to be able to deter and prevent crime because we're there and we're not robbing Peter to pay Paul.
Okay, thank you. I have a few more questions. And I just want to address this so we can get it out of the way. The Inquirer ran a story on the abuse, which we've talked about, of the state level heart and lung leave category. And so it was evidence of multiple cases of what seems to be leave abuse. And I guess the questions that I'd like to put out there is, what steps have we taken to look into this issue since the reporting came out, and what can we do to make sure that there's abuse of the leave system going forward?
Thank you. DC Coulter.
Yes, I'll begin. I think Deputy Wimberly wants to chime in too.
Yeah.
Whenever we're brought instances of abuse, they are investigated. I know that there are challenges once those move forward to a heart and lung hearing because we're considered the medical experts. But the article and the information was very, very troubling because we need every well body that we have available to be working here for the Philadelphia Police Department. And looking at some of the stories and some of the stuff. Now, the Inquirer has not given us any additional information. They said they had videos and stuff like that, but we're hoping they're working, with Risk and Internal Affairs to help clear up, because we don't want folks who don't want to be here either, but we certainly don't want people playing the system and getting paid here and getting paid from another job or able to work. So I think Deputy Wimberly will give you a little bit on the follow-up that her folks are doing at Professional Responsibility.
Yes, we conducted investigations in reference to those that were in the paper and other things that we know about, and we work along with risk management. And oftentimes we're not successful, as Deputy Coulter said, because we're not doctors, but we are on it and we are vigilant because we know just how abusive it can be.
I would think that if I'm a police officer and someone's abusing the system, which puts me with less staffing in my area, I'd be pretty upset that they're abusing the system. And so I think it's a morale issue too, not just that they're taking money from us illegally, but it's also a morale issue on the police force.
Well, Councilman, even talking with the interviewers from the paper, all of their leads came from other officers. I mean, this wasn't stuff that they discovered. The officers who are good officers who are frustrated working without sufficient backup are the ones that reported it. So at the end, you're 100% right. The officers who are coming to work every day are extremely frustrated, and it does destroy their morale when they're seeing somebody actually being paid more to not come in at all.
Right. Now, I know we have the risk management here. I think Barry's here, and maybe Barry can state your name and give us, for the record, of some sense of the costs and trends that have been going on.
Good morning, Council Chair Dom and Parker and Jones and council members and other members of the administration, members of the public. My name is Barry Scott, and I'm the Director of Risk Management in the city's Office of the Director of Finance. Thank you for inviting me to the hearing this morning. Risk management is responsible for our worker safety and health program to make sure city workers are safe and healthy while at work. We're also responsible for the city's employee disability program, which is responsible for providing care to injured workers who suffer an injury on the job. That program added the heart and lung benefit in 2003, and that has been a program that we have managed since, and heart and lung is a program that we have managed in addition to our Reg 32 program for our IOD program for injured workers and our Pennsylvania workers' comp program, which is what we're required to comply with by state law. Heart and lung is a state benefit. It is separate from Pennsylvania workers' comp, and it has, as such, a different set of rules and guidelines that guide it. While Pennsylvania workers' comp provides a strong and healthy framework to evaluate injuries and care, heart and lung is not that detailed in providing guidance about how injuries are worked on. And so we've worked hard to make sure that we set up a program which tracks that. What we have seen is that there have been physicians who have, the program when we set it up, allowed the union to add physicians to the city's network panel of medical doctors, occupational physicians who are responsible for evaluating injured workers and helping those injured workers return to healthy work and function. The doctors who are treating under the heart and lung panel or on the heart and lung panel have been recommended by our employee unions, and those doctors, we have seen a pattern of extended care for injured workers under that program, and that has been exacerbating over the years. Over the last 10 to 12 years, we've seen an increase in the duration of disability. There is absolutely no value in this for us in the city to have injured workers go back to work too soon when they're not able to handle the workload. And so that's why in our program, we have a program where if your injury is severe, you're off no duty, you stay off for a period of time until the doctor determines that you're able to return to limited duty. And at that point, you can return to some form of limited duty where you can do parts of your job, but there are elements of your job that the doctor determines you cannot do. And then as you proceed in your rehabilitation back to wellness, that we see those people then returning to their full duty positions. That process, well established here at the city, in this job and in other jobs. What has changed over the years is the doctors that are on the heart and lung panel have really extended the duration of disability for our injured police officers, so that those officers are off much longer than they have been before, and they are in other similar types of injuries. So we're working as well as we can with the heart and lung arbitration panel, which is the adjudicative body that reviews heart and lung injuries and approves through a due process hearing the employee's right to those heart and lung benefits. We, as Commissioners Coulter and Wimberly have established, and Outlaw have established, we investigate those claims where there seems to be a problem with the injury care or the return to work, and where people seem to be possibly abusing that system. Those are followed up on through the use of our resources and risk management through our third-party administrator. We investigate those and process those to try to get those workers back to work. We're focused on getting them healthy and back to work so that they can continue to do the career that they signed up for. So that's how our process works, and that's a little bit about how that's worked over the recent years.
Okay, thank you. I just have a couple of questions for you, maybe you could answer. Does the Department Risk Management contest workers' comp and disability claims?
We do, where there's indication that those should be contested.
Have we had a lot of those in the past 12 months?
We haven't had any abnormal number of those in the last 12 months, no.
Okay. I guess, look here, I think I speak for all my colleagues that those officers that are injured and are deserving of any benefit, we want to make sure they get the benefits. But those officers that are taking advantage of the system are really the focus here. And that's what we want to really get resolved, because that gives us all a bad name, including every police officer. So we want to just make sure that we're, and no pun intended, policing those that are abusing the system. Thank you. Let me go to recruitment for a moment, and I'll go to my colleagues for questions. In the area of recruitment, I guess, is there a, in today's day and age to hire people, a lot of social media is being used, whether it's Instagram, Facebook, or TikTok, or all the different Twitter, or whatever the forums are for social media. Are we utilizing these social media forums in our hiring of police officers? And if so, which would be the typical Instagram accounts or other accounts that we could look to?
Yes, we are using social media, not so much TikTok, but we're using Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram, which is the Philadelphia Police Department's contact information for their handles. We also use radio, so radio media. We get opportunity to be on DAS. Some of those things actually have a cost to them, but we're utilizing all the things that are out there, especially since the demographic that we're trying to draw uses social media more than they would read the Inquirer. So we are utilizing those efforts.
I would say this, though, if look at this as we have a budget of what, $740 to $750 million for the police budget, and we need to hire a lot of police officers. Like, we have almost 500 vacant, and we have roughly 1,000 either not on duty right now or on desk duty, and we have over 900 over the next 5 years in drop. I think I would be supportive of investing more money in hiring even a local employment firm to assist us in this process and give us the best strategies and tactics on how to help you staff up. Because I do think that social media is important today. I think 2 or 3 postings a day would be appropriate. And I think that we need to do more. And I want to ask this question also about staffing up. I know we have, and I think Commissioner, I think you remember you're telling me that you were an explorer when you were younger, police explorer. And so I don't know the exact program, but I know that police explorers, I think, are for age 14 and up.
To 20.
To 20. Is there a way for us to have explorers from 14 to 18 and then create, maybe you have it already, cadets from 18 to 21 that we hire to do the desk duty jobs, and we bring them into the police department and get them trained? Even though they can't go out there, they can do administrative work.
I think that's a great suggestion, Councilmember Dom. That's exactly the pipeline that I was in. I was a police explorer, and then when I went to college, I was a paid police cadet. That would call for a creation of a new class, a job classification. Obviously, there's a process there, but there's definitely some added benefits to that in creating our pipeline, specifically with identifying our young people here in the city.
Okay, we should probably look into that, because I think it could become a pipeline for police officers down the road and give people an opportunity. After they graduate high school, there's a gap between applying for police. I think it's 22. At least this would give them a job and would help you support these administrative functions. Let me ask you a few other questions that I've heard. Is there any type of connection that exists with our military for the purposes of recruitment? And I'm told the transition from military to paramilitary career is sometimes a smoother one. And is that true in your experience in the hiring process?
It has.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
It has been true in our prior experiences, because we are under the mandate of bona fide resident of the city of Philadelphia. We still have not been able to figure out how that would work. We had conversations with Councilperson Parker previously, and that was brought up, but we haven't finalized how we would do that, whether they would have to have been a resident prior to going into the military, but we are exploring that option.
Okay. And 2 last questions, and I'll turn it over. Does the current residency requirement for waivers for individuals enrolled in college and or serving in the military, is there ability to get a waiver for those categories?
We've had go ahead, ma'am.
Go ahead, DC.
We've had conversations regarding that as well, and we still have to nail that all the way down.
Okay. And then lastly, and I know that the Attorney General had sent out a letter of ideas for police commissioners and police departments throughout the Commonwealth to attract police officers. We're not the only ones having this problem. It's a nationwide issue. But have we discussed a hiring bonus maybe to attract new applicants? And if so, what would be the cost for that bonus going forward? And I know that U.S. Army, I just saw, is offering a $50,000 signing bonus. I was shocked by that.
We've had a conversation about that. Christine, if you want to chime in.
Yeah, I think to be competitive, we have to be able to have a bonus where you're attracting people. The places that you're giving up have nationwide ability to attract people, and they're still offering such a large number to get in, to get folks that live in just a small area who are looking for this type of employment. I mean, bonuses don't ever hurt, but I don't know that there's only a finite number of people in an area that want this particular job. So without widening the net to look for folks that may be bringing in some of the best and the brightest who want to come and be that as an incentive, I don't know that a large bonus would make a big difference, but any bonus would help to get people. I mean, Amazon's giving large bonuses. All the people who we're competing with now to hire folks are putting incentives out there, and a lot of folks look at that short sight because people are hurting. People need money now. They need that event, and somebody's going to offer you $2,000, $5,000, $10,000 to come on. You know, even if they say, I've always wanted to be a cop, but, you know, private industry or somebody else is offering it, I think it's certainly a viable option. But I don't know. You're still a finite candidate pool.
One last question, I'm going to turn it over. The issue of the residency requirement, we've heard, we know what the goal is for that. We think it's a great goal. How do we accomplish the same goal in a different way, maybe? Is there a solution for you?
If I may, just one thing that I always said is if we gave a preference to Philadelphia residents, even if we give them 100 points and go through every Philadelphia resident first, that we wouldn't hire anybody outside until all of those were satisfied, I think we would still get every Philadelphia resident that qualifies and wants the job, but then making sure we have a safety net with candidates behind them that after we run out of viable candidates here, that there's people who still want it. I believe it's great to hire Philadelphia residents. There's nobody disputing that. But if there isn't enough of them, I mean, as you said in the beginning, if we have 500 openings now and 900 on the way, and we're having lists of only 2,000 people apply, and most of them don't make it through the entire process, there's going to be a shortfall. So I think that there's certainly an advantage to giving reference to a city resident to make sure that they're the first candidates. But as Deputy Wenberry will tell you, we exhaust an entire list every time. So there's never a Philadelphia resident that completely qualifies that ever gets turned away. If they make it through all the stages, they get hired. So it's not outside people taking their place. It's supplementing the vacancies that we have.
Okay. So your idea is to give more preference points to Philadelphia residents and exhaust that whole Philadelphia residency, and then if we have to go outside, but exhaust every Philadelphian for an application, basically.
I think that would be the fairest way to do it, to satisfy both needs. Hire everybody here that's qualified that wants the job, but making sure that when Mrs. Jones calls 911, there's somebody there for her too.
Understand. It's a good idea. Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to go now to my co-chair, Thomas, co-chair Jones, who has a question. Councilmember Jones?
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your on-point questions that answered a lot of the things I had on my mind. I want to first thank the commissioner and her team for the progress I've seen throughout this process to really dig down to figure out how we get more recruits at the academy. I know the Explorer program works. I will only call this officer Chuck, who is now, who back in the day was one of the first children to emancipate themselves, lived on his own around 15, but he took it upon himself to be an explorer. He wound up now is a lieutenant about to retire from the police academy, and He is a guardian, in every sense of the word. And I'm very proud of that program. For a while, it was limited to the academy. It has branched out, as I understand, to the different districts for accessibility of young people. When it comes to, I want to drill down to the community college prep program. Can you give us a little insight to that? I know this is in, I believe it's first year. And what are your hopes for that program?
DC Wemberly.
Yes, it is in its first year. Most of the classes are geared toward policing. If we can get recruits from that class, then we're definitely going to benefit. Their program, it's only available to those who are already enrolled in community college. So it's a small pool. However, we have gone there and done conducted guest speaking with their classes. So we're working with them. If they get more students that take that curriculum, then of course that makes our opportunities larger.
We are looking at University Lincoln in Nebraska's model program. They take people outside of students, so the general community can apply. It's a cost to it, but they prepare them for everything, including firearms training, the physical aspect of it. And I just want to look at apples to apples comparisons to see how we can enrich the community college program, maybe get a feeder to Lincoln of Pennsylvania and Cheney of Pennsylvania to get more of our urban youth involved in it. Question. I know the class sizes have shrunk in the academy. And I think the latest one is 78 participants. Is that correct?
Yes, that's the class that's scheduled to graduate in September.
And how many of them are African American or Latino?
I would have to get that breakdown for you, but the class is diverse.
All right. How many, and would you also find out how many are female?
Yes.
And get that to the chairman. I would like to shift a little to some of the barriers that kept cadets of color out. One of them used to be, and that's what, this is more of a question, their credit scores. Have we eliminated that?
We have not eliminated it, but it is not a category that would preclude them totally from being a police officer, because it's still a concern for us. However, it is not a B, or C topic.
All right. I need a little more clarification. You don't have to do it today, but by the budget, because just because someone had late fees on their utility bill doesn't necessarily mean they're a candidate for graft and corruption. And I just need to see how the correlation between the two really impacts. So that was one. The other is, how are we treating past consumption of marijuana in the questioning as a disqualifier?
So to your first question, in reference to their financial situation, it is not about being late or having debt, because we all are late from time to time and have debt, and especially coming through COVID, people weren't working. But we're talking about people who have large amounts of debt and they're not in a payment plan at all. So
is there technical assistance to do credit repair, for example, as to help them get ready to be passing?
We can advise them what they need to do, but that's definitely on the individual to fix their credit. But they can come back and reapply.
So just as a thought, if we tell people in the front end, hey, you better get your credit right, and here are 3 different technical assistance providers to help you do that, we might increase the number of eligible candidates.
We could do that, but we have to be very careful about giving out names of organizations that are for profit. So we just tell them what they need to do to get themselves in a better position to be a recruit. Secondly, your question was in reference to marijuana use. I'm not going to go totally into what our cutoffs are, but that is an area where it is not governed by the state. So we are able to make decisions based on individuals.
Okay, that's good news. Where are we on physical fitness? Are we engaging with people? So way back in another time, the agility track running qualification was at the end of training as opposed to the front. How are we dealing with people and their physical fitness? Is there some pre-suggested YMCA course that they can take so that they're not flunking out at the PT test?
Yes, so the initial agility test, the applicant has to pass a 30th percentile for their age. Prior to taking that, we have information via YouTube through our recruitment department to let them know what their levels are based on their age, what they have to pass. We have partnership with the YMCA. We also have some of our officers who have gone to different areas in the community to work out with some of the applicants. We're looking to partner with, I think it's a Sporter now. We're in conversation with them. One thing that would be beneficial, because people are looking for jobs, and now we're talking about adding a cost for them to work out. If there was an opportunity from the city that perhaps they can have a membership, a 30-day membership, to get themselves in the physical condition that they need to be in. But through the process, once getting in the academy, at a certain marker, they have to be at 50%. And before leaving the academy, they have to pass the entire agility test. But passing the 30th percentile, getting in, is definitely needed.
So can you send the chairman that physical requirements list so that we can kind of pitch different entities to be able to in some way subsidize that?
Yes, I'll get that to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Co-Chair Jones, and good questions. I'd like to call upon our Co-Chair, Majority Leader Parker.
Thank you, Councilmember Dom. Just before I begin with my line of questioning, just want to get a few points of information on the record. And I don't know if Commissioner Outlaw or Coulter would respond to this, but as it relates to a signing bonus, is it accurate that a signing bonus would have to be collectively bargained? Yes or no?
I don't know, but we could certainly ask the legal people whether that would be necessary, the contract people. Knowing the bargaining units, they would say that everybody should have gotten one, but I don't know if it's something, I mean, if it's pre-employment before they're actually represented, it may be something that's perfectly okay. If it's post-employment, and the only trouble with a signing bonus is we would like people to be required to stay. We wouldn't want to see people get something up front and then 3 weeks later decide that they're moving on, so there would have to be some kind of contract putting them into that commitment for at least 5 years of service or something that would benefit the department as well.
Okay, I just want to note for the record, I had received some information telling me that any sort of signing bonus would have to be collectively bargained, specifically because of what you just referenced, because existing officers would say, what about a bonus for us? And so if you could check on that and get a factual response, that would be extremely helpful. Also wanted to note for the record, Chairman Dom and Chairman Jones, this concept relative to the explorers and the cadets that our Commissioner Outlaw knows so well as it relates to the new job classification. I think something is bubbling in the works right now, and we will make sure that we definitely share that with you as soon as it's the team tells us that it's ready for review. With that being said, I want to go back to this issue of residency. I introduced on behalf of our council president a bill that applies to civil service new hires and does not affect any existing collective bargaining agreement. This was the law in Philadelphia for 55 years and is still the law for civil service laborers that are represented by District Council 33. I want to note for the record what I said, and I saw Mike Zacagni. Mike, I saw you pop up on the screen, so I want you to be ready when you come up on the next panel, because we're going to want you to address this issue on the record. It is becoming a tad bit mind-boggling for me when I constantly hear that Philadelphia's waiver process is not adequate enough to fill hard to fill job vacancies, police department included, particularly those that have special skills or expertise that is not available. I want someone to tell me, if we know that the intent of this body, that is included in our hearing documents, the transcript, that a waiver process be utilized and employed by the police department or any other department in the city in need of a specific talent that may not be readily available here. Someone is going to have to explain to me why in our promotional material for recruiting there is not in parentheses that a waiver is available if you do not meet Philadelphia's residency requirement. I don't know about you, doesn't seem real complex to me, but I'm going to wait to hear a response to that question. Can you all, Wimberly, Coulter, Commish, can you all tell me what has been the problem with accessing the waiver process as a tool? And making it standard operating procedure and putting it very prominently in our recruiting materials.
Well, I can address the first part. We obviously can't speak for the Civil Service Commission, but what makes it challenging for us, putting it on the front end, we would love to be able to do that. That waivers are available specifically for, in the short term, I can think of those who went away to school for 4 years and came back, or those who were in the military and came back. We, as the Philadelphia Police Department, cannot guarantee that they will get said waiver. We have to apply for the waiver and then hear back from the Civil Service Commission. So while it would be helpful for us on the front end to be able to say, for our advertising and our marketing purposes that you may be eligible for, it doesn't necessarily mean that they'll get this waiver. And now we've invested in these applicants and they're at a certain point in the process and we're kind of left in limbo.
So Commissioner, I want to stop you right there. And for the benefit of the viewing public, it's important that you understand what our commissioner just said. City Council passed a law that employed this city with a tool called a waiver process. And upon passage of that legislation, we readily made available a tool that can be employed by our Civil Service Commission to empower the police department, because Commissioner Outlaw just said that she has to apply. Well, the department has to apply to get the said waiver. This sounds like an administrative snafu that could be readily addressed between our HR department personnel, our Civil Service Commission, and any department in the city of Philadelphia that is in need of a particular talent that may not be readily available. So, Commissioner, I won't ask you to respond anymore. When Zacagni comes up, I will definitely ask him about this. I want to go back now to an issue that is extremely important to me. And, Commissioner, I thank you for acknowledging this early on in your testimony, and this is the issue, obviously, of the number of vacancies that we have available, the rate of current police officers retiring, as Coulter reminded us that she'll be in that group in the near future. I want you to tell us, if you will, about how we make readily available beat patrol and bike officers in neighborhoods across the city, and the prominence and importance it would be sort of on your plate as a leader of law enforcement here, if you had the complement in order to do it. And listen, I want to be clear to the public. We are not talking about GVI. We are not talking about staffing up areas where there are high volumes of crime, where you have to deploy the most officers as needed. We are talking about prevention. We are talking about helping to remove the fear that lawlessness is taking over the city of Philadelphia, and residents in neighborhoods across the city no longer see the presence of that beat officer and the bike patrol officer in their neighborhood, signing the law, building and strengthening police and community relations. And because those officers know the very small areas that they usually patrol because they're on bike, they become a part of the fabric of those neighborhoods. So with that being said, can you tell us the total number of officers who are characterized as qualified bike personnel for the department? And how many bicycles, and this was asked of me at a meeting, Commissioner, I was like, well, I don't know, I'm not in the department. How many bicycles do we have in use every day, or in use on an average in Philadelphia?
Sure. And before I turn it over to DC Dales, I just want to acknowledge that I think you hit the nail on the head. Our ability to be visible and to not also serve as deterrents, but also contribute to prevention really goes to how readily or easily we're able to put ourselves, not just in the most problematic areas in the city, but even in those parts of the city where it might not be as much of a problem. And we're hearing more and more, I'm hearing more and more, the team's hearing more and more in our community meetings and in our engagements that people want to see more of us, whether their neighborhoods are dealing with a lot of the violent crime that we're seeing or not. There's also a need to be visible citywide because of other issues, whether we're talking about ATVs, dirt bikes, vehicle enforcement, talking about traffic fatalities, you name it. So there's a benefit for allowing us to not only be visible, but the ability to be outside of a car and on foot. Right. So we know who belongs in these neighborhoods, not belongs in the sense of you live here, you don't. But I know who this child belongs to, and I can go knock on their door and say, look what I caught Johnny doing, and having that relationship in the community, and then they know who our officers are. And that means the more we're able to do that, the more we're able to increase the discretionary time that our officers have, not just in our pinpoint areas, but outside of that. DC Dales, you want to address the other part about bicycle deployment, what we have and what we don't?
Sure, yes. Good morning, everyone. How you doing, Council Member Parker? How are you? And I'm a big fan of utilizing bikes and foot beats as well. Just to give you the actual number, we are at, as far as qualified, we have 785 who are qualified to ride a police bike. Out of that 785, that includes from the rank of detective all the way up to deputy commissioner, which is me. I'm bike trained as well. As far as police officers who are bike qualified, there are 624. That's the total number as of now. We did do a survey within the past several years to see how many officers were actually utilizing their bikes. Those who no longer wanted to ride a bike, we pulled those bikes from them and gave them to officers who definitely would love to ride a bike to patrol within our neighborhoods. We do have bike officers assigned across the city, almost in every district. Captains utilize them for business corridors, and most of the time we're utilizing them to cover down on our high crime areas, which we know is a big problem in our city. As far as on a daily basis, the number that fluctuates, I will say, depending on what we need to use them for. We still have to cover down on the school safety zones. We have to cover down on dismissal at problematic schools. We utilize the bikes for business corridors, such as down in Center City area. We definitely have a pretty decent contingency of bikes in Center City. What we also were doing, we're actually teaming up with security personnel who ride bikes, such as Center City District, Jefferson Hospital, which is a big plus that shows more eyes and ears on patrol assisting us with covering the city. So that's where we are right now, but we're also working on an initiative coming up. I'm not going to go into details, but we're trying to work on a program which is going to start in your area, your district, one of them, where we're going to try to have dedicated officers, which we have community relations officers, but we want to have neighborhood police initiative program. We want to implement that. And we want to have police officers strictly assigned to those PSAs and pull them away from responding to 911 calls, where they can spend at least 30% of their time getting to know the community, resolving issues in the community, problem solving together as a community, because that goes a long way when we work together with the community.
Well,
So-
there's this, Deputy, let me say this to you. One, I appreciate your response because, you know, when I can remember when our previous Commissioner Ross, I always viewed this as his baby. And I would argue to you that not all of our captains and inspectors at that time had a great deal of respect for our bike patrol and our beat officers. They thought, I think it was a waste of time and did not value them. And I know you come from a different place because you started on the ground and you value it. So I think we'll be looking forward during the budget process and your plan. I think you're going to see a holistic plan sort of issued or called for very soon amongst this body. And so I'll be looking forward to your response because the people in the city of Philadelphia demand it. Mr. Chairman, I'm going to get two other questions on the record. They may not be answered right now, but I want to just note this, that there's clearly a bottleneck and a backlog. This is the quality of life issue that we talked about earlier regarding the removal of these abandoned cars. You can talk to any district council member, and this is something that we've all been dealing with and trying to get resolved, with many residents reporting wait times of about 6 to 8 months. Now, that may be because the individuals who work in neighborhood services unit of the NSU of the department, they have been redeployed because of staffing shortages. So to members of the viewing public who are listening, who are calling your district council members or at-large members about the removal of abandoned cars, and you know how this process, how long it's taking, please note that these officers are now being redeployed because of these staffing shortages. And I just, Commissioner, want to get from you a yes or a no. Is that factual or not?
Yes, it's factual, but I can. Oh, go ahead, Commissioner. I'm sorry.
I don't want you to go first. You're eating into my time. You're eating into my time. The last thing I want to get onto the record is this. This actually happened. Special thanks to the Philadelphia labor leader who brought this to my attention. There was a city worker who was a custodial worker in a specific department. They were informed that there was an opportunity to take a test to become a sheriff in the city of Philadelphia. They went to the police department. Apparently, that test is given at a police department facility. They passed that test, and that city worker, who was once a custodial worker, is now going to be a sheriff. Talk about being put on a path to self-sufficiency, earning a much higher wage. Because I see Coulter, Outlaw, and Wemberley, I want you to know it's a she now had an opportunity because she met the requirements to have a life-changing economic opportunity with that experience that she's going to get by being a sheriff, a deputy, or just a staffing member of the department. Tell me, if you will, how aggressive we are amongst City of Philadelphia employees in attempting to recruit those who are in lower level based on salary positions, no less extremely meaningful, but those who could be on the path and just may not know the opportunity is available. Do we use that as a part of our recruitment strategy?
Yes, ma'am, we do. Matter of fact, I was a clerk typist when I became a police officer. So I know that path very well. So we are going to other departments, not just the Philadelphia Police Department, the civilian status, trying to get members.
Please let us know when you will, and send to Chairman Dom some information about what you would say is the percentage of existing city workers who actually apply and ultimately become members of our force. It would be interesting to know how many of our existing City of Philadelphia employees attempt to advance economically. Chairman Dom, thank you so very much for the time allotted. I have some additional questions, and I'll submit them to you, Mr. Chairman, in writing.
Thank you, Madam Leader. I just want to mention if Mike Zacagny is not is testifying, but he's here for questions. If you want to ask him a question now, he is available. So it's totally your call.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. I thought he was coming up on the next panel. If you will, Mr. Zacagny, can you please respond to that issue of council's intent along with the city's ability to place in our promotional material, especially since I know our Civil Service Commission and our Human Resources Department is extremely concerned about council's intent. And we've said on the record multiple times, the council president has said on the record multiple times, that the waiver process should be sufficient, and we should be marketing that. That should be a tool that the police department doesn't have to ask for. Why isn't it standard operating procedure? And if there is something that this council has to do, what is that, Mr. Zacagny?
So, Councilwoman, thank you for giving me the time to speak. I think you know my position on the residency requirements. I think we all want to see opportunities go to residents of the city. I think that was the intent of the council's legislation, and we agree with that. However, there are those times where that just doesn't work from the standpoint of being able to supply enough candidates. We do believe this is also one of those times. We had requested a residency waiver from the Commission for Police Officer Recruits last time. We were able to get it for that specific test. We're actually going back to them again this Wednesday. I'm sorry, I forgot what day it was. Everything just sort of runs together. When you said it was March 2022, I still think it's March 2020.
Excuse me, Mr. Zacagny, I'm sorry for interrupting here. I appreciate you letting me know that you did go to the Civil Service Commission previously. Let me ask you this. Do you have the authority to ask for a semi-permanent use of the waiver process of the Civil Service Commission until Philadelphia has met its full complement of law enforcement officers? So that would mean, Civil Service Commission, we have a public safety crisis in the city of Philadelphia. We need to have a semi-permanent use of a relaxing of our residency requirement and use of the waiver process that the city of Philadelphia included in City Council of Philadelphia included in its language, because they understood that it is difficult to fill some positions. Can you just grant this to us because we are in the midst of a public safety crisis, or is there a legal reason why you can't do that, Mr. Zacagny?
No, we're actually going, as I was saying, we're going on Wednesday to ask for another waiver. I know we're asking for at least this list. I believe we have a two-part request that would request the waiver for the police officer recruit also, but I will double check that. So we are going to the commission this Wednesday to request that waiver so that we can at least give the police department some additional support from the standpoint of reaching out to a set of candidates.
Thank you, Mr. Zacagny. Chairman Dom and Chairman Jones, I just want to note for the record that after hearing Mr. Zacagny's response, and Lord knows I appreciate him, he has been a great resource for our city's Department of Human Resources. I want you to know I will immediately consult with our council president, and I will ask our council president, if appropriate, that we, the City Council of Philadelphia, pass a resolution calling on the City of Philadelphia Civil Service Commission to grant our Human Resources Department so it can grant the Philadelphia Police Department a semi-permanent relaxation of our residency requirement, and for them to employ the use of the waiver as included in the legislation that I introduced on behalf of Council President Clark that was passed unanimously by our body. And the rationale is plain and simple. The city of Philadelphia is in the midst of a public safety crisis, and that the hiring and retention of law enforcement is essential to us for us to carry out our duty to ensure that every resident of the city of Philadelphia feels and is safe. Thank you so very much, Chairman Dom and Chairman Jones. I'm going to get on the phone and off camera with Council President right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Majority Leader, and thank you, Mike Zacagny, too. All right, let's continue with our questions. I think Council Member Isaiah Thomas had a question.
Good morning to all the chairs and thank you to everybody who's here with us today. This is my first time speaking thus far, so I just want to start by offering my condolences to the officers and the other victim involved in the tragic accident last night. We've been working very diligently to try to address the car accident crisis that we're facing in the city, some of the infrastructure problems, and it's extremely painful to know what took place. And I'm praying for the family and everybody that was involved. And to the officers that's here, I definitely appreciate your service. Specifically, Commissioner Outlaw, it's always a pleasure to see you and to work with you as well. With that being said, I did have a couple questions that I wanted to jump into. I'll be as quick as possible because I know my colleagues have other questions as well. I wanted to start with heart and lung because I didn't have that many questions for the heart and lung issue. But one thing that stuck out to me in the midst of listening to testimony was the fact that the officers were the ones who communicated the information to the reporters. So that jumped off the page because I felt like it was alarming that police officers will feel comfortable talking to reporters, but they're not necessarily having those conversations with internal power. So I'm wondering what's being done to address that specific concern. And I'm wondering, do we give officers other options? So if a police officer wasn't comfortable reporting to internal affairs or communicating issues within the department to the department, do we offer them other options that they can communicate them to? I worked in a controller's office for a brief stint, and I know the controller's office was always an option where police officers can report things anonymously. Most people, average citizen, don't even know what the controller's office is or what they do. So I'm wondering what communication is taking place with officers to let them know what their options are, and what are we doing about that issue as far as their level of comfort?
That's a good question. Thank you for that. DC Wimberly, I'll turn that over to you.
Yes. Good morning, sir. We do have other options, and we have communicated them to our department members. We also have a anonymous line for them to call. So it's really their choice on what direction they want to go in. But either way, we're open and always willing to conduct investigations into anything that is illegal in our department.
Do we feel like they went to reporters because they felt like they had no other means? Has there been any type of, and maybe you can't share this on a record, but I'm just wondering, has there been any type of, I guess you could say, investigation or digging into this issue? Because if it were me, I'm just thinking about, clearly I have a much smaller staff, but if I'm, if this is me and, I'm in charge of anything where my folks weren't comfortable talking to me, and, maybe rightfully so, maybe not rightfully so, I'm not sure about that side. But I would be concerned with the level of communication and transparency that's not taking place. And I'm wondering if do we feel like anything should be done to address that?
Well, what we can do is be better communicators with our people. However, we do communicate to them the options that are available. And I'm not quite sure if it's the comfort level or is it just because they want to do it that way. But we do have options available for them, and we do conduct investigations.
Thank you. Fair enough. Okay, moving on to recruitment stuff. I just want to start by adamantly communicating my concern and disagreement around credit score. My name is Isaiah Thomas, right? And, yeah, right? So clearly I'm not the only person with that name. And one of the issues that I run into, honestly, this is a genuine problem I have, is that there are things that are often put on my credit score that's not me, right? So somebody like Curtis Jones, to throw him under the bus, is a pretty common name, Curtis and Jones. I can see him also, and maybe not the council member, the other Curtis Jones in Philadelphia, having similar issues as it relates to this idea of credit score. I think that that's a really, really, really bad idea, and it puts certain communities and certain people at a disadvantage. I remember we had a reporter, Isaiah Thompson, and he would always get communication that was supposed to be for me to him. I think Councilmember Gaudier has a chief of staff whose name is very close to my communications director. So these things are, human error. They happen all the time. And I really just want to push us to revisit credit score being involved at all in the application process, especially coming out of a pandemic. Moving on, that was the statement. I'm sorry. Moving on, Commissioner Outlaw, you personally showed me some of the issues that we have around forensics in the city, and I've seen it multiple times. We talked in depth about the waiver process specifically for forensic staff. I'm just wondering how much success have we had as it relates to forensic staff specifically, and what is the strategy to try to put us in a position to staff up on forensic staff?
Thank you for that. I will defer to Director Garvey on that. I know we requested waivers for our most recent ask. I'm not sure that we've heard back yet on that, but Director Garvey, you want to chime in?
Hi, yes, everyone, I can chime in. We have put in for them. However, we have not heard anything on it. So currently, we cannot hire anyone who does not live within this basic area for 1 year prior. That basically means we hire brand new trainees every time, which typically take 12 to 24 months to train. So when we lose someone who's qualified, we hire someone in brand new that takes up to 2 years to train.
I see that Council President has joined us. That's extremely alarming, and I think that we're having some miscommunication on our end, and as well as through various departments as it relates to this issue. So I'm not going to do a deep dive into that because I know other council members will do a deep dive into that in the waiver process and things of that capacity. Shifting over to the recruitment and the hiring, I'm wondering, what does the department do when someone has not been hired, right? So if you said that 2,000 people applied, and you know a lot of the Philadelphia residents who apply, they don't make it through the process. So I'm wondering, what is the formal process as a means of communication to constituents who have not been selected into the department? Do we tell them what went wrong? Why they are denied? I think that is extremely important. And I know firsthand folks who have applied to be police officers, and everybody has had different experiences. So I'm wondering, what is from a consistency perspective, what do we do when someone's not hired?
DC Wenberry?
Yes, the process that we have now is that the person is notified by Human Resource Department that they are not going to be hired. However, we have been in conversation, as the commissioner agreed, that we need a better process in telling the person why they were not hired. So we're still working that process out.
But just to be clear, it's not part of the department policy when someone is not hired for us to communicate to them why they weren't hired.
At this moment, no. But we're working on a better process.
So that's extremely disappointing. I think that, as the city of Philadelphia, any department within the city of Philadelphia, especially with all the staffing issues that we have, when someone is not hired, it should be communicated. And we also know we have issues around trying to recruit people of color. And I think that for us, it's important that we do that. And actually thinking about it, at one point we had an officer that was in the recruitment department who was actually involved in an insurrection. And I remember reaching out to the department to find out what was going on with that. Did we ever get any type of communication as it relates to the officer in the recruitment department that was involved in the insurrection and the impact that person's status and their ability in recruitment had on our issues around diversity and inclusion?
So a couple of things, because you made a couple of points, Councilmember Thomas. So what DC Wimberly is referencing about figuring out a very clear way and putting it in policy and therefore in practice about notifying people is, I'm looking for consistency. So there's nothing, across the country, there's nothing standardized where someone sends or gets a letter from a police department and says you've been non-selected or you haven't been selected, and here are the specific reasons. And it varies from place to place. You may get something generic, meaning that you were disqualified because of something in this particular category. But on a case-by-case basis, what we've been doing is someone asks, we'll give them the details. And to me, I think it needs to be more standardized than that. So that's what we mean by working on our process of communication, because not only does it keep people engaged, but it helps them know maybe I shouldn't apply again. because this is something that's a deal breaker. The other piece is you stated that someone in recruiting or backgrounds was involved in the insurrection, and that isn't necessarily the case. We did do an investigation into that, and we found that the person utilized their technology in a way that wasn't appropriate or within policy, but they were not actually involved in the insurrection itself, but they were transferred out of that particular unit. And we did an audit of all the background investigations that they'd done to ensure that there was no bias there, and we didn't find any.
Okay, just for the record, Commissioner Outlaw, I know for a fact that there are times where people have requested to know why they weren't hired and that information wasn't communicated. So just want to put that out there because I know it's not happening on a consistent basis. Also, if you could provide some type of documentation, you or anybody on your team can provide some type of documentation to us about that officer and that particular situation, because our last communication actually came at a time when the investigation was still taking place. And I think this is the first time that we've had an opportunity to really have a conversation since the investigation had taken place. And I can see why it's probably not appropriate for this to be the proper platform to have that conversation. So if you don't mind just providing some type of written documentation so we don't have to go into that, that would definitely be appreciated. I'm done. I just want to say thank you, everybody. My last question as I close out, and this is just a question that I'm not sure the answer to, and I'm wondering other folks if you guys know. When someone has the heart and lung situation and they and you do investigate and you find that the situation is one that's problematic, I'm wondering what the consequences are for those officers that might be involved in that, because there's been no clear communication that relates to the consequences. And Barry said earlier when asked by a council member that the numbers were normal and they did not see, I think it was our chair, Councilmember Dom, he said the numbers were normal and they hadn't seen an increase in appeals or challenges that they've had to applications. If he can quantify that, that would really help. I'm not quite sure what normal is, and that would help as well too. And then the last thing, I'm sorry, Councilmember Parker asked for information as it relates to what departments you have, what the process as far as recruiting city employees to join the police department. I heard DC Wimberly say she came from that same type of ranking, which I think is amazing. I'm wondering what departments do we have the most success with? I'm not asking for an answer for that right now, but when you follow up with our majority leader's information, if we can also add what departments we have the most success with, I think that would be useful information as well too, as it could help us target our recruiting and be more specific. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it. And again, to all of the officers and city workers on the call, thank you for your services. Definitely very much appreciated.
Thank you, Councilmember Thomas. I want to recognize our council president, Darrell Clark, has a question.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And good morning to everyone. So I wasn't planning on getting on this hearing, but kind of heard somebody talking about residency. And I'm going to be a little rough here because I'm rarely a little rough, particularly as it relates to the police, because they can get rough back. This whole farcical issue with respects to the residency being an impediment on being able to get adequate number of police recruits. And I just, I listen, but I don't believe it. Recently, there was a forum put together by Attorney General Josh Shapiro, and that issue came up. But the simple reality is that the conversation was around the generalization of the inability to get police recruits, and that was statewide. It wasn't just a Philadelphia conversation, but somehow out of that conversation, it came off as only Philadelphia had problems and that were relating to residency. The simple reality is that when we move forward on this, and as I was talking to Councilwoman Parker, early on in this conversation, this whole thing started as a result, and this is not new. We were finally able to get enough votes to be supportive, is the fact that for too long, the police department didn't reflect the demographics of the city of Philadelphia. And I'm not just talking about race, but clearly race was an issue. I'm talking about culture. I'm talking about understanding a city it has a level of complexity that the city of Philadelphia has. And Lord knows we have some serious complexity in the city. So we were attempting to try to address that issue by imposing a residency. Just like all the other representatives and city workers. At the end of the day, my understanding, and Commissioner, correct me if I'm wrong, we have around 2,500 active inquiries or applications. I think we usually do maybe as many as 400 recruits a year. I don't understand why we can't get 400 people out of 2,500. And if that's the case, then we have a challenge either with the testing, we have a challenge with the process, we have a challenge with the education system in the city of Philadelphia. There was some reference made to issues with respects to people going away to college, people going to the military and then coming back and having to start all over again. We concur. That person should be listed as a matter of fact, we will be introducing legislation to reflect that, to address those issues. And as we've said, if you all have any other proposed amendments, we are more than willing to address that. But this issue around residency, I'm a firm believer of how important you think something is how many resources you throw at it. And by that, I mean this whole recruiting process. And correct me again if I'm wrong, the dollars that were spent on the recruiting process by the police department / civil service commission, whomever, is less than $15,000. That tells me that that's not a serious attempt. The bottom line is, city council has been running a campaign over the last year. So we've been doing these promos about wearing masks, and we've been doing promos about getting boosted. The most recent one, getting your booster shot. Spent $25,000 on the radio, far more than the alleged $15,000. So if you're serious about this, then you need to be serious about throwing resources at it. I talked to one of the captains that talked about a process that he was working with a number. I'm not going to call his name. I don't want to get him in trouble. About how we can better get recruits. So I believe that we need a strong police force. I've been around for a minute. I represent the 22nd Police District. The people in the 22nd Police District, they're not talking about defunding the police. They're talking about where are the police, when all this activity is going on. So I need to hear the real argument, and I need to get some level of recommendation for something that works. But this notion about not having enough people to get a class when you got 1.6 million people in the city of Philadelphia is just beyond me. So I've just had to jump in on that because that's just not something that is past muster with me. And I know I'm just one voice, but I'm sure that there are a number of other individuals that have similar concerns about providing opportunities to people outside the city of Philadelphia when we have so many qualified people in our city that should be in a position to take these jobs and understand the city, that reflect the demographics of the city. So that's all I wanted to say, Mr. Chairman. I can respond or I don't know if any members of our fine hierarchy in our police department want to respond or reference anything in particular.
And Council President, I agree, and I think we all agree that we need to invest more money in the marketing of these opportunities, especially considering the size of our budget and the amount of officers available. I don't know if you heard earlier, I mentioned we might need to go outside and hire a marketing firm to target market who we want to apply for these positions.
Okay, so I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, I didn't mean to interrupt you. You're speaking of market. I just got a text. They said that they have a $94,000 budget for marketing and recruiting. I don't know. I'd like to see the breakdown of that and how it's being spent. Too frequently, we know, and I'll turn back. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. That consultants traditionally get a bulk of the money, and we don't spend the money where it's most needed. But I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to say thankful.
Okay. I think Deputy Commissioner Wimberly had a breakdown of that budget of $94,000. Can we put that back up for a minute?
That would be good.
I can share my screen. Can you guys see my screen?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
This might still be low under the advertising piece, making sure we get the word out. We might want to revisit that. And maybe the other thing we can do is to each one of the council members, maybe we can get them more information on, so they could post on their own social media pages to help the police department.
That would be great.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Sure.
So, in actual advertising dollars, you are spending 24,000, Commissioner?
That's what the breakdown for this contract is. Yes.
So,
Yeah.
that's low. I mean, the 45,000 is the software. That's not straight out advertising. That's just tracking your system. So what I'm talking about is advertising.
We'd be happy to go back and revisit that number, sir.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just, people don't know about the opportunity. It's, you know, as much as we like our government website, the simple reality is that's not, you know, preferred reading by most people. So sometimes you got to get down and dirty and flood the airways, the social media, whatever the likelihood is to reach people. So.
And these numbers here, I just want to point out, these are just requests because they're not actually funded. So this was the budget ask that we had moving forward and justification for fiscal year 23, but we'll definitely go back and revisit that.
Yeah, I'd just like to know how much we spent prior to, because I was told it was 11,000.
Okay.
One of the areas we need to improve, I think, is on the social media, especially Instagram and other media forms, because when I looked at the Philly Police Department Instagram, not the hiring one, but the Philly Police Department, the last, I think, post was in November for new recruits. And I think we should be like pounding that out every day almost to get people. That's how people market. It's consistent, everyday marketing of information. So, all right, good points, Council President. Thank you. Do you have another question?
Yeah, I don't want to monopolize the conversation because I jumped in late. So Councilman Squilla, I think he had his hands. I'll jump if I can get in. It was a same pew, different prayer. So I can wait till I.
Go ahead, Council President.
All right. No, the other issue had to do with police department personnel / deployment. This is another thing that we've been talking about for a long time, and I know the FOP hates every time we bring this conversation up. The simple reality is that we have police department members trained to the max, best trained people actually doing things as directing traffic and writing tickets for abandoned vehicles, delivering mail. I mean, all due respect, with a city that is on a record pace again for homicides, when we have police officers doing things that other civilian personnel could be doing, you know, we need to do that. I mean, you know, we passed an ordinance, we passed a charter change, and this is not on the police department, this is on the administration, and we put money in the budget for public safety officers that can do a lot of this, you know, activity. And to my understanding, they have yet to hire a single person. So if you're telling me, and it's based on, again, that there potentially could be 300 people that are currently sworn, trained to the finest police officers that are doing work that's inconsistent with crime prevention and providing security to the city of Philadelphia, I don't understand why we can't address that in a meaningful way to get these folks back on the street where we need them, as opposed to doing other types of activity. So I just wanted to put that out there. Mr. Chairman, I promise I'm not going to say anything else. Thank you, Councilman Squilla, for deferring.
Thank you, Council President. In the queue right now, we have Council members Gautier, Sanchez, Brooks, Gim, Bass, and then Squilla. So let me go to Council member Gautier next for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks also to the sponsors of this resolution. I wanted to go back to the issue of the heart and lung program. I know we've talked about this a lot, and I know that Commissioner Outlaw, you and your team have talked a lot about what you're doing to investigate the individual cases, but I'm wondering, given, the reporting by the Inquirer and some of the things that we've seen, as opposed to just taking a stronger stance in investigating individual cases, are we looking at any broader policies or system change with relation to the program? Like, are you looking at things like, putting a cap on how long an officer might stay out on this type of leave? Are you looking at capping the number of claims that people can make with respect to this benefit? Are you looking at putting in place any system-wide adjustments that would help on how we monitor this? Like, aside from the individual, are we looking at system-wide policies and changes?
So I can tell you really quick, thank you, Councilwoman Gaudier, for that question. In our last round of negotiations, we made the definition for what an injury is under heart and lung, I think, a little bit more restrictive, and we're hoping that would change things moving forward. As far as the other requirements, Barry, I saw you hop on. Did you want to address that and what we can and can't do?
I'm happy to. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Councilwoman Gaudier. We are doing everything we can within the law that has been established, the state law, and the requirements for a due process hearing for officers who have received this benefit to have that benefit terminated or modified. So on an individual basis, we are following up on those cases where it seems like folks are sort of out too long and trying to get them back to work. But we are not able to sort of wholesale say that you can't have the heart and lung benefit, that you can't, you can no longer receive any more time. It is one of the challenges of the law that it is a benefit intended for temporary disabilities. And in fact, when someone has a permanent disability, they need to go off of the benefit. But we have some individuals who have had temporary disabilities that have lasted for years. And we believe that's not the intent of the law. And so we have been trying to, prosecute those cases to try to terminate that benefit, presenting our evidence in front of a finder of fact, in front of an arbitration panel, in order to terminate those benefits. So yes, we are doing everything we can to sort of legally terminate those benefits in a way.
Do you see that there are any tweaks needed to the law to make it more conducive to how we need business to operate in the city of Philadelphia? And if so, what would need to happen to get those tweaks done?
So, the law is a state law, and so we would really need the state legislature to act in order to change elements of the law to have some of those things happen. And, it's a little bit frustrating because there is, so the Bureau of Workers' Compensation under the State Department of Labor and Industry enforces and establishes regulations about how workers' comp is handled, but there is no such similar agency that controls heart and lung. And so consequently, that's not as controlled. And, ideally, if the legislature were to bring the heart and lung law under the jurisdiction of the State Bureau of Workers' Compensation under the Department of Labor and Industry, that is something which might enable some better controls to be in place to make sure that workers can get their benefits that they needed when they're injured, but it is not, sort of disrupting workplaces across the state.
Have we interfaced with anyone, to your knowledge, or to anyone on the team's knowledge, with anyone in the state legislature about this particular problem?
This, I'm not aware. We have raised this issue. I'm not aware that the legislature has really sort of opened their doors to this issue.
Thank you. Commissioner Outlaw or anyone else who can answer this question, do you have vacancies in the department broken down by police district?
DC Dales, do we
Yes,
have that by district or by
Yes.
rock?
I have about district, rock, division, yes.
Okay. Just offline, I would love to have an understanding of how those vacancies relate to the police districts that are represented in the 3rd district. And I'm sure other members of council would want the same regarding their districts. Can you also talk about how are vacancies filled by district, and what process is there in place to make sure that the districts that are most struggling right now are given adequate attention?
DC Dales.
Yes, so when a class graduate, we look at the vacancies in our most busier districts. When I say busier districts, the ones that are experiencing high level of violent crime. We would actually assign those officers to those districts. But in the meantime, until the class graduates, we're utilizing other special units that normally work work in a plainclothes capacity, put them in uniform to cover these problematic districts, such as civil affairs, for example. We utilize neighborhood services. Sometimes you have to use PAL officers. So we're using special units across the city to fill in these vacancies. And on top of that, we also hire officers to work overtime. They either work extended tours or they work on their day off. So that's how we fill those vacancies.
And how often are we making those assessments? So for instance, we had heard a lot about vacancies in the 18th district where we had, I think it's been reduced recently, but we still have a significant amount of gun violence. And it was hard for me to wrap my mind around what the process is to fill those vacancies and how often we're taking a shot at that and coming back to the table to try to make sure we have adequate coverage.
Yes, and Southwest is usually at the top of our list as far as once classes graduate from the police academy, we do pretty much send them to Southwest because it is a very busy division as a whole. So we do send personnel to that location. And I will say Southwest is one of the divisions that receives a significant amount of resources from our special units such as Highway Patrol. We even utilizing K-9 officers, SWAT, you name it, they're in Southwest as well. And on top of that, we're working with our local, state, and federal partners to assist us with issues in Southwest as well, and other parts of the city. But since you talk about Southwest is definitely being focused on.
Thank you. It would be great just to have a better and more explicit understanding of that, maybe after the hearing.
Yes, and I can send all the council members a breakdown of the vacancies within each district across the city.
Thank you. And lastly, I wanted to talk more about recruitment. I certainly understand the challenges with recruiting locally that you all have laid out, and we've talked a little bit about things to make the offer more attractive, whether that's a sign-on bonus or amping up our advertising to get the word out there. But it strikes me that in looking at the data, even with the challenges that you all are outlining around local hiring, we're still having a significant amount of people apply, but we're turning away a lot of people. And we're turning away, in particular, a lot of diverse candidates. It was very striking to me, the amount of Black males and Black females that didn't make it past the reading test. It was striking to me, the amount of people that didn't make it past sort of the physical agility test. And to me, I know that the folks working on recruitment, I've only had very positive interactions with DC Wenberry and with other people who are working in that unit, but it seems like it might warrant taking just a much deeper dive into why people are not getting past these various stages of recruitment. And it also seems like we might look at whether we're doing as much as we can to get people past these various stages. Like I heard that we're working with Temple and we're setting up a program with CCP on the reading test, but is there anything that we can do right now to further understand why folks aren't making it through the reading portion of the test, and right now work with folks who have applied before to get them to a level where they can get through? Is there anything that we can do right now on helping people with their credit? I heard one member of the team talk earlier about not being able to refer to for-profit companies. Like, that's something we should be able to figure out. If we're saying we need more police and we need to fill these vacancies, then I think we have to be incredibly creative, or at least try to be as creative and as flexible as possible on every area of this process that's giving us an issue, right? I heard someone throw out, oh, can we work with the city on like a 30-day gym membership? I don't know. We should be looking at that, right? If this is the most important issue right now, then perhaps we need some kind of, ad hoc task force or something with all the folks who can make these decisions or relax some of these decisions where appropriate, to make sure that at every area of this process, we're doing as much as we can to get local hires or local applicants rather through. So I just want to make sure, I know the people who are working on recruitment, they're working within established lines and boundaries. Does there need to be more of an effort to sit down with those folks and to think about what we can do in a very creative way to get more local folks in and to get them in right now? It seems like we're at a point in the city where we have to be, working at this in maybe more of an urgent way.
I could just jump in really quick. I'll show my screen one more time to bring that slide back up. But, as you know, there are some areas where we have some discretion and flexibility, and there's other areas where we don't, right? So a lot of things are required by the state. So when we talk about the 570 people that failed the reading and the agility test, we need people to pass these tests. And I think the pilot that we're talking about with incorporating these other reading tests to see if we find other successes through use of the other tests as opposed to the one that we're using now, I think that is short term. I think us working with the YMCA and then providing workshops for every stage of this process so we can tell people ahead of time, hey, this is what you're going to need to clean up or this is what you need to work on. I think that's what we can do in the short term. I think your suggestion about other things that the city could do to help bolster our recruitment efforts, I think is a really good and a very strong idea, and I look forward to diving more into that. But trust me, we're doing everything that we can within these parameters, within what the state allows us to do and what allows us not to do. And I just want to touch back on the credit report piece. So there are areas of discretion in these background processes. And I think because, not only have we moved with even more intention with how we recruit, how we market, the conversations we're having with people, we've seen some successes in these most recent classes. The other thing is that it's totality of circumstances. A bad credit report or a ding on a credit report does not necessarily mean that someone is not going to be a police officer. And, that we all know, we acknowledge that has impacts on the diversity that we recruit as well, and that we're able to get in these classes. So again, I want to make very clear, it's not just any one particular thing. It's a totality of circumstances. We're looking for themes and patterns. And if somebody we're hoping, and that's why I was acknowledging in the beginning when I went through the slide deck, we got to do better with engaging people and maintaining engagement. So if I recognize that applicant A has some things that they need to fix and they might not make this next class, I want to make sure that we still have a hand in their efforts so that they'll be ready for the next one. And that's why that tracking software that we're asking for, that $45,000, is so important, because we're still doing stuff on a clipboard and spreadsheets. And that's just not what a 21st century police department is doing nowadays.
I appreciate that. And I want to be very clear that I'm not saying I want officers who can't read or who are not in good physical shape. I'm not saying any of that. I'm just saying that before, I think we need to be very clear that at each stage of this process, we did everything we could. And I'm not just talking about members of your team that are working by certain rules that have been imposed by them. I'm talking about members of your team with members of the city, with members maybe of the broader community that can say, here's where people are getting caught. Here are some things that we can put into place and do together to get people through right now, right? I mean, on the, moving people through the system. Have we thought about maybe folks needing more? I know you're looking for technology, but maybe folks need more hand-holding. Maybe there needs to be someone that is in more communication with people as they're going through this process to move them through. I just want to make sure that we've exhausted every single part of this process and our ability to support, especially diverse candidates through it, before we come up with, before we move on to, putting more money into getting people from other places. I just don't know if we have fully exhausted our ability to get local applicants through.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember, any other questions?
No, I don't have any more questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. I do have a question, Commissioner, on that chart that you just had up. I just want to make sure that I understand it myself. And it looked to me like when I was doing the math, you had 3,700 candidates, roughly. Yeah, 3,798. And when you do the math, only 2% of the actual candidates were hired and 7% of the ones who showed up. Why are 3/4 of the people not even attending orientation?
So I think that goes back to, and I'll allow DC Wimberly to chime in, that goes back to the engagement piece. When you think of the military, for example, or private sector, there's not only are they hiring quickly, the timeline is far more condensed. Our hiring process is extremely long. And by the time we get to some of these people on these lists, or, we pick up a phone and call them, they've already moved on to the next job because they're hiring much more quickly. The other piece is that we have to maintain engagement from the time that they show interest to the time that they make it through the process. And again, that's something that technology will allow us to do, help us do, and allow us to kind of refocus our efforts. That's clearly somewhere that we need to strengthen.
If I was a candidate and I indicated I was a candidate, what's the time frame to go to orientation once you're a candidate?
DC Wimberly?
Yeah, so say you signed up in March. We have to wait until we get the list from OHR. So that could possibly be a couple months before we get the list from March. And then we begin contacting the candidates starting with number 1 down through the list. So it may be 3-4 months before we contact you to come for the initial orientation. And that's where you would take the agility test and the reading test. We started emailing the applicants once we get their information to let them know what we're doing with the process, make sure that they know what the qualifications are, what is expected of them at the orientation. So it could be 4 months or longer.
That sounds like a real problem. I mean, think about it. You're applying for a job. You got to wait 4 months before somebody gets back to you. You're done. You're going somewhere else.
That's why we need the system, the software, which would help us be in contact with them sooner and more.
But what can we do on our end to speed that up?
Provide the money.
No, I'm saying the 4 months. Why is it 4 months? Is it strictly the 4 months? Is that what it is?
So the time frame is something that goes on in OHR where Mike Zacagney works. It's something that they have to do with their system and put things together to provide us the list.
Like Mike's suggestion is we need to cut that down to 2 to 3 weeks. People can't wait. And this is a day and age where people don't wait.
So, Councilman, did you want me to?
Sure, yeah. Here's my goal. My goal today is for us to be productive. And I want to figure out how we can cut down dramatically this time frame. You don't have to answer it now, but that's really the goal.
Right. So the average time for us to get all lists out is under 40 days. I think it's actually around 35 or so. I'll meet with the department again to talk about some of the delays with this. I think that it's probably some communication perhaps, and also some shared responsibility from the standpoint of looking through the list, getting dispositions back. There's a whole process, but we can certainly meet with police again to talk about how quickly they can request, and we'll turn that around as soon as we get those requests for certifications to the department. We're trying not to hold things up while we're waiting to see what the disposition is for any one candidate, because we know that they go through their list so quickly, and they do have so many people who don't show. So we do try to get that out to them as soon as we get the request, but we'll certainly meet with both DC Wimberley and DC Culture again to talk about that.
That's great. Just the goal is to cut it down dramatically and make this process smoother. Thank you.
I agree with you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Council Member Quinones Sanchez has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I also just want to re-emphasize the point that both Councilmember Gautier and you have made around this process. And I think Council President Clark said, we're in a crisis, and we can't keep acting as though we're not competing with the rest of the country and other cities around this. And if we want this to be a priority, having a plan that outlines predictability for candidates is hugely important. Prior to the residency issue, there was a lot of debate around the test, and I'm happy to hear that there's some drilling down on what tests we use and if there's any other options. We all know the history of testing as it relates to people of color, some of the educational challenges that we have. So I'm happy to hear that. But I also would like, maybe, this is for the budget time, is sort of like when the drop-offs are happening, what are the points and how are they having a disparate impact of the people we're trying to reach, of color and of Philadelphians. In the background investigation, we used to spend a whole lot of time debating the whole process. So again, in your plan for, how do you make 4 months more condensed, I'd like to hear a little bit about that as we move forward. I wanted to go back, and if Barry Scott could come back around the medical situation. Barry very eloquently explained the process, but he didn't give me, I didn't hear any of the accountability points. There are doctors, there's data, just like we know who abuses overtime. There are doctors who have a trend. Are we able to remove those doctors from the list? I mean, this is very similar to the opioid addiction, right? We got bad actors on all sides, right? What are our options around removing people making these decisions that hamper our ability to ensure a good prognosis? We want people to be healthy, but also move people along in this process. And explain to me, are we able to remove doctors? Has this happened before, and why?
Thank you, Councilwoman. Good morning, or good afternoon now. We have been working with our third-party administrator who has the contract with the doctors to address where we see the doctors not performing as they should, and that has and we have in some cases been able to address that on a case-by-case basis. We have one of the provider sites that has actually had just 2 providers left the site. One provider left in December, and another provider gave us notice at the beginning of this month that they were leaving at the end of this month. And that is one of the sites that has been a concern. And we are working now to make sure that those patients who are currently under care get care so that they can continue to heal and recover and get back to work. And so we are working very diligently in order to get the doctors working in a way. And, and again, we are not trying to get people back at work when they can't do the work. That doesn't help us at all. Because that they need to be able to do the work. And so we're working to make sure that the doctors are providing the appropriate direction, care, and support for those employees to get back to work as soon as it's appropriate.
I appreciate that, Barry, but again, I'm looking for the accountability. At a certain point, there's data. The data is there. There's a certain type of injury. All of the injuries related to police department have, there's a pattern and there's categories. There should be some tracking and there should be some swift way of us saying this is a problem, this is a pattern here, and addressing it. Because again, if the system doesn't hold itself accountable to that, you're going to have what unfortunately has been reported out. Since we know this is a problem that requires state legislative fixes, what I want to hear is what are we doing with what we can do, which is hold the people accountable that we're paying to administer this to do their jobs. So I'm still not getting a clear, you said there was one particular physician that was problematic. We knew it was problematic. It only has 2 doctors. Why are they still working for us?
They're only working for us until the end of the month, and we're still working to, again, take care of the under care there. And we are making sure that that we are holding those doctors accountable. The challenge being, of course, that you and I suffer the same injury, but you're going to recover from that faster than I can because our bodies are all different. And so there is some variation, but so doctors explain to us that, oh, yes, Barry needs more time to get back to work. But we've been working with our medical director and the medical directors associated with our third-party administrator to make sure that the doctors are accounting for the variation in the delay of work, and so making sure that those delays in return to work, so that we have some evidence that in fact the doctor is following up and being accountable in terms of the return to work and the care that the patient is getting.
Again, I think that, and I'm glad, that there's a review of this. There's light duty, other duties that folks can be assigned through some of this recovery process, and I haven't heard any of the connectivity around how we move people through that process. I don't know, Deputy Commissioner Coulter, could you speak to, how many of the people are on light duty or desk duty as it relates to this cohort?
Yes, good afternoon, Councilwoman. We have, right now, we have about 112 of those folks that are at some sort of limited duty status, where they're not working the street, but they are working. The remainder, which is like 500, are marked no duty. That is an area that the police department has zero discretion. The doctor decides whether the person can work limited duty or no duty. They also determine whether the officer can go to court or not, which is a frustrating point for us because when they charge no court, those cases get continued, sometimes thrown out, but we can't overrule them. I do have Molly O'Neill on the call. She may be able to give you a little bit more insight as to the process and some of those pain points that we experience. If Molly, if you don't mind jumping in to help with the Councilwoman's question to show where those determinations are.
Sure. So the determinations as to the court status, is that what you're asking?
Just the court status, but also whether at what point people go limited duty and how that process works, as opposed to the number of people that are being held out no duty.
So the process is typically, the doctors, of course, are the providers or the directors of their medical care of their duty status. And when those doctors determine that this person is capable of returning to some light duty, that is completely up to the provider's discretion. And it's supposed to be a stepping stone to return them to full duty. Unfortunately, sometimes even ends up being on a disability that can no longer return. It wasn't always, that court status wasn't always there on the provider forms, but so many officers weren't showing up that were IOD that it was requested that RISC work with that form and have the doctors address the medical issue for court. Shouldn't throw people under the bus, but I have noticed that heart and lung doctors, especially the practice that is almost gone at the end of this month, were particularly heavy on keeping people at no court. So hopefully with that provider gone, that may change.
So earlier on, the question was asked about the folks that came out in the report. Was any one of the folks that were, publicly outed by the newspaper, and I think Deputy Coulter, you spoke to this, who was reprimanded and who returned for work as a result of that?
I believe Deputy Wenberry's house is still doing the investigation. Some of them returned actually before the article came out, but there had been contact made with them from the Inquirer and from reporters that they were investigating. So a few of them have returned to full duty since then, but I don't have the status of the outcome of those individual investigations, but I know professional responsibility is working with risk on them.
Do we have an idea when that will get done? I think it's real important that if we're treating this as a serious matter, that we bring closure to that for public transparency purposes. So I feel like, the report has been out a while now. How much longer before there's some decision points around those investigations?
DC Wimberlin.
Yes, good afternoon. I don't have a ending point for it. We are currently working on these investigations, but we will make sure that a report is completed with that information.
Thank you.
And then, this is Barry Scott, and I would just say that for any of those individuals, wherever we have information that would allow us to terminate the benefit, that's information that we would take to the Heart and Lung Arbitration Panel so that they could terminate the benefit.
So again, and we can have this conversation a little bit further in the budget. I expect concrete numbers. There's so many investigations going. We expect to close them up in 60 days. These were what were the findings. I think the public deserves that. And, the good officers who reported some of this behavior deserve our ability to make sure that this benefit is appropriately being used. And so that's why they went to the press. And we have to be more transparent about bringing a resolution to that. And so I'll be looking for that. And then lastly, one of the practices that we have, and I don't know, Commissioner, now that we are being more transparent about our challenges and our recruitment challenges, how we carry vacancies and out of folks who are on leave on districts, and I think Councilmember Gautier was talking about this a little bit, for me has always been really challenging. When there are issues, and all of you know, with my East Division commanders, I have great respect. And when things pop off, my first question to them is like, how many men you down, right? Because I don't even want to be critical, because in some cases the list is long. Sometimes I don't even want to talk about it publicly, because we'd all get crushed by folks if they knew that. Is there a better way that we can manage folks? I know that they're entitled to go back to their posts, but for districts to carry 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 men or people on their roster, I think gives a false impression around the allotment of officers assigned by district. Can anybody speak to how we're reviewing that, and for purpose of transparency, is there a better way of accounting for it than how we currently do that?
I think there's always a better way. I think one of the challenges that we've identified is that we'll keep people on paper assigned to, a certain district or a unit or a division, when in fact they're detailed out somewhere else. And I think internally, by policy, we need to say, okay, if somebody is, out for X amount of time, either they're permanent or they need to go back, so we can have a better accounting of, or just better precision control. So even the leadership within each district knows exactly what they have. And I think because they've manually been keeping an eye on it, they have an idea. But we can always do better as it relates to better position control. So the answer is yes.
So, this is an area where I think it's, again, we have a lot of folks who are very active in PDACs and other places, and this is where the level of frustration always comes, right? This notion of what can we hold a captain accountable for if he can't hold anybody accountable, right? If he doesn't know what his, or they don't know who they're going to have, right, on a consistent basis. And I think if we want to get to a place where when we have the full cohort of folks is one thing, but knowing that we don't have the full cohort of what we need, I think that transparency around district by district is hugely important. And I think, again, people deserve that, right? People are going to be critical with us about it, but, not telling people the truth around what we have and what we don't have, I think, is one of the places where we're losing trust in folks. And it's a place that we all need to work together to kind of restore the community space that we're being accountable and transparent. So this is an area that I have a great concern, been working with captains now for 14 years as a council person. And it is one of the areas where I feel like we set up captains for failure when they don't have a full roster and they're held accountable as if they do have a full roster. And sometimes having 1 and 2 cars out in the street because they don't have the full cohort. I think I think we need to look at that and address it differently because it leads to the level of frustration with communities. And again, now we have a legitimate reason, right? We're short staffed. In the past, there was no other reason other than, people were out and we carried this incorrectly. I just think there's a problem around how we've administratively dealt with this historically. And so, Commissioner, you bring fresh eyes and a fresh perspective. If we're building trust in the community, that level of transparency is warranted, right? And I think that level of honesty the community deserves. So, I want to work with you on that because, again, in East Division, I'm very much aware of those challenges, right? And publicly, I want to stand with the police captain when incidents happen and when community members want a cop car in every block, knowing that we don't have a car to put, let alone a cop. So want to work a little bit around that as we move forward, because I think building that community trust is going to depend on us changing some of those past practices that led to some of the distrust that has existed in the past.
Thank you. Yes.
And then finally, Council President talked a little bit around this. We've talked about the fact that we're short-staffed and we have police officers doing some work that could be done by others. As it relates to neighborhood services, this is a quality of life issue in particular. So I just want to add my voice to, we had gotten a real good handle on abandoned cars and some of the situation. And I really want to push back on those officers being reassigned. We all know abandoned cars and all of those issues lead to crime, right? The data has been proven when we move thousands of cars from the street. So, I really want to continue to push back and add my voice to my council colleagues who said, we need the quality of life officers out there doing that work. Because it is a preventive measure and it is unfair. And if it's an issue of getting more officers certified to do this work so that we have more flexibility, then we should be talking about that. Because I know there's a unique skill set as it relates to some of that work around state certification. So, when we get to the budget, really want to talk about that. Neighborhood services is critical to some of like the basic public safety stuff that we offer out in the community. And I have, neighborhoods like Frankfurt where we have thousands of cars in need to be moved, and we have to follow these processes and again, don't want to overburden a unit that I know I can't hold responsible because they don't have the manpower. So, Commissioner Dales, I don't know if you want to speak to that a little bit, but I don't know how else to emphasize the importance of that.
I can speak on this. So we're not ignoring the abandoned auto situation. So what I've been doing with the neighborhood services unit, we do utilize them to assist with problematic areas, but we still let them do their jobs. They do have a time frame where they can actually focus on the abandoned auto issues within their respective areas. But and on top of that, we also run a neighborhood services initiative, like during the weekends, where we have the entire unit will saturate a certain part of the city to remove those vehicles, which is very effective. So we're continuing to do that, which again requires overtime, but we are doing that as well. We're not ignoring the abandoned autos problem, because we know that is conducive to crime. I definitely agree, and we do focus on that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Sanchez. Thank you. And now, next question is Councilmember Brooks.
Thank you, Councilmember Dom. My question is around, again, the heart and lung. I know that's been a major topic today. And I just want to make sure I'm hearing the numbers right. So in FY21, the city spent $24 million in salaries for officers who were on a heart and lung fund. Is that the right amount? 24 million?
This is Barry Scott from the City's Risk Management Division. That's approximately right, and there's money that we spend directly on individual claims, and then under heart and lung, those workers are continued on salary, on their departmental salary. So that number does not include. It's a different number for how much salary those people who are on no duty are receiving. So we can follow up and get you the precise numbers if that would be helpful.
Okay, because just for comparison, and please forgive my voice, last year for the FY22 budget, we allocated $23.5 million for the full budget for like agencies like Department of Behavioral Health and Intellectual Disability. And when I think about, just loss of funds or money, how money is being spent, we could have actually doubled the size of our Department of Behavioral Health and Intellectual Disabilities money just for what we spent on this particular issue. And that's definitely problematic. But my question is, how do the numbers from the police department employees that are using heart and lung fund benefits compare to other departments like fire?
So fire also has, fire is also covered by heart and lung. Fire population is a smaller population, a third or less of the size of the police department. And so they have, somewhat fewer injuries on an ongoing basis. So the numbers really need to be sort of adjusted in order to be well compared. The investment that we make in terms of taking care of our injured workers is one that we think is a very important one, and it's absolutely not only our responsibility but our honor to be able to take care of our injured workers. And so we will, that money that is in our budget that we have for our injured workers is money that we think is a good investment in taking care of our employees, getting them back to work. And so, yes, but it is a significant number.
Just to be clear, I totally supporting folks who are injured on the job and hurt on the job. What I don't support is misuse. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not saying that I don't support officers being compensated and able to take care of their families when they're injured at work. I wholeheartedly support that. My question
I knew, Councilwoman. I just want to say, because sometimes in risk, we get pushback sometimes from workers that say like, oh, you're more worried about the money than you are about our workers. It's not true. We are mainly worried about. We have invested a lot, as we've talked about this morning, in getting someone on board as a police officer in the city of Philadelphia, training them, equipping them to do their job. And we want to keep them on their job as much as we can. So this is just another part of that, of making sure that we can continue in that investment in that individual.
And actually, like, towards accountability, I know the city used to track the numbers of employees that were using the heart and lung benefits for both police and fire, and included those numbers in the city's 5-year plan. Is there a way that, it seems that based on the past charts that we have, as the benefits begin to grow through 2004, 10 times more people were using this. However, the city stopped tracking those numbers. Do we know why the city stopped tracking those numbers? And is it possible for those numbers to be included in a 5-year plan so we can see this moving forward?
So yes, we still track the numbers of police officers and firefighters who are off no duty and related to heart and lung. That some of that information I believe shows up in the quarterly city manager's report, but yes, that information is available, and certainly we could make it available to the council if that's requested.
And my other question, really quick, was about vacancies. I looked at the presentation, and some of it wasn't very clear. So there are currently 480 vacant officer positions in the police department. Is that number right?
That Councilwoman, yes, that's with our current authorized strength. The number's actually higher because we took 195 officer reduction 2 years ago budgetary. So our authorized strength was 6575, reduced to 6380, and now we're currently at about 5879. So we have over 500, even from our authorized strength, 500 positions down.
So how does that number compare to like the historical trends? Is it higher or lower, or is the same as usual?
Well, this is the lowest number of officers we've had in my 33 years of service, so it's continuing to go down. We were at about 6,500 in 2017. If you look at the chart, we were at 63 in 2016. We were at 68 in 2008. And even if you go back many, many years, there was times where our authorized strength was over 8,000. Those times have changed. In our current history, it's been, in the area of 66, 67. But to be down to 58, 79 is the lowest numbers that we've seen in my history anyway. And I believe in really the history, but history of our department going back into the 60s. I don't think we've ever experienced a number this low.
That concludes my questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember Brooks. And I think to add to Councilmember Brooks's question of the 24 million, I think Councilmember Brooks and myself and all colleagues clearly want those who are injured to get the monies they deserve. But I guess the question is, and I don't know if you know the answer, is of that 24 million, is there an estimate of what percentage of that might be being abused? Is it 2 million, 3 million? Like what would that number be? I think that's where we have to focus. I don't know if we have the answer today, but maybe we can get the answer if we even know it. We have to probably through the investigation. All right, let's go to Councilmember Kim, who's been waiting patiently for her questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it. I will just, I think at this stage I have a few questions, but mostly a number of requests. Following up on many of the questions that people have, I think what we're looking for is whether anybody in the city is charged with doing a comprehensive audit of the heart and lung and will be tasked with making recommendations. I actually don't know that I want to just pursue individual cases that I think were clearly laid out in the Inquirer report, but I'd like to see a more comprehensive analysis of the heart and lung claims, including and especially the number of ongoing investigations, as well as the number of investigations that result in consequences. So if you could, one, send those over to what you have now, over to our chair, I think that would be extremely helpful. And then the second question would be whether it's risk management or somebody else, but somebody needs to do this on a regular basis. It's not a one-time thing. I think it needs to be managed, and we need data over a period of time. So who would do this, and would that department be open to it?
This is Barry Scott from Risk Management. It's what we do all the time. We are tracking our injured workers and their care and their return to work, and we split that out by the type of benefit they receive. And during the course of someone's injury, just to be clear for the council, that it's possible that they might be in each of those benefit types, heart and lung, Reg 32, and Pennsylvania workers' comp, at a different period in the same injury, depending on what is happening in the process of adjudication of that injury and the resolution of it. So just FYI, and yes, we are looking overall on an ongoing basis about how we can best manage this benefit and ensure that our workers are receiving the benefit appropriately and that they are not abusing that. And the vast majority of our workers are not abusing that benefit. There is, we believe, some abuse there, but that is not the vast majority of our injured workers.
I understand that. We're focusing very specifically on heart and lung. Obviously, this hearing is focused specifically on heart and lung and the Philadelphia Police Department. And in particular, the fact that our police department, more than any other department in the entire nation, far exceeds the number of officers who are out on leave for things like this. Is that accurate, Mr. Scott?
I know that was something that was reported in the article. I don't have the data from all the other cities to sort of make sure to confirm that. But yes, we certainly
would you dispute that.
No, but I don't have the data, so I don't want to make a comment without having the data to really back me up.
I think one of the concerns that I have, though, is that risk management is responsible for understanding this kind of information. You should have information on how our department compares to other cities, particularly when some of our more courageous leaders here, including, I just have to say Commissioner Outlaw and Deputy Commissioner Coulter, have been pretty outspoken on the importance of this issue. It is risk management's responsibility to actually know that data because it helps you assess whether and what you're investigating needs to be prioritized. So I just want to put that on the record, and I want to urge and expect that risk management is, do you have I know you said you are looking into, I'm not sure what that means, but do you publish publicly a report on these funds, the uses of them, and particularly any abuses that may be happening?
So we don't publish a particular report on the monies that we spend on injured worker care. That money is in risk management's budget, and it is part of what we typically report on.
Do you make recommendations annually to the city about how to improve or adjust any problems that you are currently seeing year to year?
We don't have a formal process for making those kind of recommendations. However, as I've indicated, most of our, we're making sure that we are complying with the law, and so and since this is a state law that we are complying with, we can make our recommendations with regard to various things which we see as problematic, but those things are not things which are, with which the city has any ability to control.
And when you say we make our recommendations, are you speaking theoretically, or do you actually make recommendations to a specific entity or to the city?
So we work with the police department, we're in the finance department. We work with the finance director in order to address things which we see as concerns. But again, the corrections to some of these concerns are corrections which the city has not empowered to enact. Because our failure to respond in certain ways in terms of particular claims would make us in violation of state law. And so we are constrained in that way, and so we're limited in what we can do and act on.
Some of the things, if I could, some of the things that were raised, however, sounded like they were the result of contract negotiations through the city and the FOP. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay, so the city is in control of contract negotiations that occur between the city and the FOP. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So if there are things that you could identify that would be recommended on a regular basis, those could help inform recommendations or negotiations between the city and the FOP. Would that also be accurate?
It is, and we have in this year, as Commissioner Outlaw indicated, in this year's most recent Act 111 arbitration hearing, we did hear and see some improvement in terms of how the term of performance of duty, which is the term which describes those people who are eligible to receive the heart and lung benefit, is defined, and that was a win for us in terms of heart and lung. There were other proposals that the city made in terms of its labor negotiations. Those proposals didn't all make it to the final contract.
Yeah. So I think one of the things that Council Member Quinones Sanchez kind of raised was that many of these things are not public, right? So that the public is not necessarily aware of some of the issues and problems that are going on. I think this is one of the things that makes the clarity around what is actually going to be a priority here. And, that motivated to some extent some of the hearing brings to bear, right? So I guess one question is, again, whether when Council Member Quinones Sanchez had asked that the public deserves a right to know what has happened with some of the specific investigations that have been highlighted in the paper, I was more like looking more broadly. I would like to know the number of investigations and the number of investigations that have actually resulted in consequences. And then separately, given the investigation, it seems important right now for risk management in collaboration with the leadership at the police department and the city to issue a set of very clear recommendations, some of which can be accomplished at the local level, some of which clearly have to be accomplished at the state level. But I think it's important for risk management and the city, if we want to have faith that we are taking this issue seriously, that we try to do that in a public way in a very short time period. And I know this is going to come up during budget session. So I think it would go a long way if risk management worked to have something more public to be able to present, in terms of the budget. So I hope that's a little bit more clear.
Thank you very much. Yes, it is.
I wanted to go back because I think this was raised a little bit before, but I just wanted some clarity that, in the newspaper article, former Commissioner Ramsey had recommended that we stop allowing the use of individual doctors, some of whom have clearly been deeply problematic. And, I don't know what's really going on. Some of it sounds serious enough for referral, but, former Commissioner Ramsey had recommended a practice of mandating that we send individuals, particularly because these could be some very serious injuries and they need ongoing care, to hospitals. And could you just explain for clarity what would stop us from requiring this or mandating it?
I'm sorry, I lost the thread in your question. Can you just sum it up?
Individuals who make the claims are allowed the practice of using doctors, individual doctors, some of whom have clearly been implicated in some questionable activity, if not some very serious, potentially problematic activity, if there's any fraud or anything involved. As a result, there's been a recommendation that we use hospitals instead, that the mandate is that this is serious issues of care and treatment for these individual police officers, some of whom I absolutely believe have suffered from serious injury and need ongoing care. And so what would stop us right now from requiring this? Is that baked into the current contract? And what is the priority in ensuring that we can prioritize using hospitals as opposed to necessarily individual doctors, particularly when it requires leave from duty?
Certainly. So our system has the ability to use and primarily uses a set of clinics, which to a large extent are hospital-based, but we use hospital-based. We also have specialist doctors that are on the panel. But in the settlement agreement and memorandum of understanding that the city entered into with the Fraternal Order of Police to provide the heart and lung benefit, that agreement allowed the Fraternal Order of Police to recommend doctors to go on the medical panel to treat injured workers. Those are the work that some of the concerns have been in those doctors that have been recommended by the union. And we have, and so there's a limit to the ability to control where that individual then gets ongoing care. So that care we have some control over, but not an absolute control over. And we work very hard to make sure that our injured workers get the best care that they can. But and this is a level of detail that I'm happy to discuss at greater length with the committee, the council, and in general. But we do work very hard to make sure that we have that where folks have selected their treatment provider and transferred their care to that treatment provider, that we need to honor that until at a hearing that care can be transferred again if we feel like there's something going wrong there.
Do you feel like there's something going wrong overall in the system given the reporting that was laid out?
So I think that there are some areas that really need to be paid attention to, and that we have identified some of those, and we've talked, and the story talks about some of them, and we've talked about some of them here. We are in ongoing discussions with the Fraternal Order of Police in order to address with them our concerns about the care that their members are receiving in the system from these providers, and we are trying to work toward getting them the care they need in the best way possible.
Could you do you keep track of how many cases that you've investigated that have been referred for further prosecution, or have you ever referred a case for prosecution to either the district attorney, the attorney general, or the U.S. Attorney's Office?
So our first priority is sort of returning our injured workers back to work. So our first goal is to get folks back to work. But where there are cases we believe are fraudulent, we have, working in conjunction with the police department and their area of professional responsibility, we have referred cases working jointly with them and with the district attorney's office where we feel like there is some fraudulent activity. Again, our primary focus is looking to get people back to work, but where we think there is evidence of that, we don't have the resources to investigate that, and we do make those referrals.
Do you know how many referrals you've made in the last 3 or 5 years?
I don't know that off the top. I can get that information for you.
Is it because it's too many or too few?
It's because it's not something that I track like every day. So it is again, generally speaking, it is not too many because most people are not abusing the system. So it is, and then cases in which we have enough evidence to prove that someone is abusing is also a smaller percentage. So I have lots of cases where I may suspect there is some abuse, but I don't have proof that there is abuse. And in the absence of proof of that abuse, there's a limited amount that I can do to control the course of the claim.
And in those cases, you don't refer, is that right?
I, I mean,
let it go, or
where we have enough to say we believe this is going wrong, we have made referrals. But frequently, we don't have, what we have is people who, where the doctor says, well, we believe this is sort of within normal ranges, or that some other comorbidity is affecting the duration of disability in this patient's case. So it's, because we are working with human bodies, there's a variety of times that are necessary to heal. So, and we try to be, to honor the needs of the worker in getting healed.
so, Mr. Scott, we clearly very much agree with that. And I think I opened my comments by saying that I didn't want to talk about the general purpose of the fund. Obviously, every single individual, and especially our police officers, are entitled to leave, to care, and to healing. But the question that we've got is that there don't appear, or the hinting was that there wasn't an overt appearance of clear consequences for individuals who violate policies. And the issue is that when there are not clear consequences for individuals who violate policies, and in fact may even be flagrantly flaunting the fact that they are not violating the policies, it becomes very difficult for other people to understand what the boundaries are. We don't have any documentation that I could be aware of. And, in part, one of the reasons why I'm asking is that clarity about the consequences, and that consequences or serious action has been taken, seems also another way to clarify responsibility and accountability as well. And as I think Councilmember Quinones Sanchez said very clearly, this is for every single officer, the 85% of them, plus who show up every single day, who go above and beyond, and who are incurring an enormous, additional burden, because there could be a number who are potentially exploiting opportunities to abuse the system. But again, I have no doubt that the state law is deeply flawed, but I'm also worried that the lack of ability to clarify consequence gives a bit of gray area for a number of individuals, and the more flagrant those individuals can be about getting away with the work. And, you saw very clearly, if it's exposed, people actually are going to close that off and they'll go right back. They don't need much more than that kind of clarity. So I guess I'm looking from you and, from others, how you bring that clarity to abusive situations, so that the actual situations where individuals deserve to heal, and enough and adequate time to heal, so that they can return to the job fully supported and in their full health, can actually happen. Because I worry that is not happening, and I think the data is very clear that that's not happening. I will have a couple of other questions for the commissioner. So again, I appreciate the commissioner's time and all of this. But I just wanted some clarity, because I thought I heard this a little earlier, and I know the council majority leader had raised this a little earlier, but is it your understanding that if council were to suspend the residency, the law that requires you to be a resident in order to be hired for the police department, do you feel like that would help address some of the recruitment and advertising, outreach and other things into the department?
I think so, at least until we get to our authorized strength. And here's why, we don't give clear, answers around this, because the last list that we referred to, where we got about 2,500 people, is the first list that we've received with only residents. right? The previous list, we would get like sometimes between 4 and 6,000 people. That's a dramatic jump in that we want to get 400 people a year, not just 100 people from one list. One. Two, I can say, and not just anecdotally, my colleagues give me, they make fun of me all the time, but they say thank you, because we know that a lot of our candidates that have expressed to them that would have come to Philadelphia have gone to our neighboring agencies or neighboring townships. We're all fishing from the same pond. So again, if we give bonuses or whatever it is, are we giving bonuses to people that already live here? Or are we giving bonuses to be competitive like our colleagues are doing? And again, we're not just competing with, well, now we are competing with people locally, but honestly, when you look at policing and how we want to recruit, we would be, we want as large of a pool as we can possibly get. Yeah. So you have places like DC that's advertising in New York and vice versa. And that's because if they make the incentives something that's attractive enough, we can get qualified people from all over. And I think going back to the recommendation that DC Coulter made, if we were to suspend until we get to authorized strength, I think that would be great. But then also, if there's another way, another strong alternative to get to the intended outcome that we all want, whether it's providing preferential points, that would also be great. But at this point, we just need to make ourselves as attractive and as competitive as possible, because we know for a fact that we're losing people to neighboring agencies. And, just getting people to want to be cops has been a challenge. So that's why I said we haven't really been given clear answers, because we know that's part of it as well. But anything that we could do to remove the own institutional barriers that we've injected in our processes, I think would be very helpful.
Okay. And then for clarity, the 3,700, applications that you had laid out down to about the 2,500. So you saw like a 40% drop in terms of applications that could be considered. Is that right? Roughly.
Yes, I was just
yeah.
roughly.
Okay, that's helpful. And I think that many of us fully support and want to support local hires and local preferences for sure. But we're all very fully aware of the staffing concerns and worries that we've got, and public safety and presence and visibility. But I think the idea is that we ultimately want people to be residents who stay, and welcoming people into communities, I think, is extremely important as well. So thank you. The last question that I had really has to do a lot with with women, particularly in the work that you've tried to do to address sexual harassment and discrimination of women in the police department. I know that you are living, what it means to be a leader in this area, but can you talk to us a little bit about what you are stepping forward on in terms of improving the culture for women in all ranks and roles of the police department? And are there things that we can do, things that you need to be more supportive and to ensure that harassment in particular is not tolerated, that women who do raise concerns about it will be supported through the process and are not, that they're not punished for speaking out about their own health and safety?
Thank you for that question. That's a very good one, in the sense that this is about building systems so that we maintain the culture that we're creating today, 15, 20 years from now. And so I am pleased that, when we went to the table, again, I'm bringing up the negotiation process, we got some very key wins there, in that our discipline guide now, when you look at the consequences or the proposed discipline for EEO violations are more proportionate, right? And the reckoning period is the duration of employment, whereas before, if Officer Outlaw got sustained for an EEO violation, the reckoning period, if a year went by, then my record was erased completely, and it couldn't be considered for future discipline. That was very problematic. So I'm happy in that the discipline is now proportionate. And now that we have, a very close working relationship with the EEO, and they're doing the bulk of these investigations, it adds a different layer, I think, of credibility when we're going through this disciplinary process. And so I think we're starting to see a turnaround there. There's more people that I've seen reporting these sorts of abuses, and not just anonymously. They're getting handled in an expeditious manner. And then also, it's not just about recruiting, it's about retention and making sure that we're putting people in positions that are up front, whether they're formal, informal positions of leadership. And I'm pleased in that. I mean, when you look at our leadership in patrol, there's a lot of new faces there, and there are a lot of women there, more than we've had in quite some time. So it's this leadership team working with intention with where we're assigning people, how discipline is meted out, that needed change in our disciplinary guide. And then we've adopted, or we've actually, we're part of the 30 by 30 initiative, which is a pledge for our department to be at 30%. Now, I know that's not 50, but to be at 30% women by the year 2030. We're already ahead. The national average is about 12 to 13%, which is pretty bad. We're a little over 20. So we still have a ways to go, but we know that by adopting these very specific strategic objectives within the 30 by 30 initiative, we're not only going to get more women in key positions, we're not going to get more people wanting to promote, but then we're also going to see diversity across the board from start to finish. And I think, quite frankly, our last promotional list was very telling. We had a record number of women, not just on the list, but wanting to take the test and take on added responsibilities. So that means a lot to me, and I think that says a lot because we're building our bench.
I agree. And, our hope is that it also relates back to outreach and staffing, that these are reasons when we take sexual harassment, discrimination seriously, then we are sending a clear signal that, to many women that, that we're going to be a better city and a better police force that welcomes opportunity, promotion, and leadership, within the department. And I think that that's incredibly important. And, we'll just want to continue to emphasize that we want to be your partners on that. And if there are additional things that you think that we can be more supportive of, have more outreach towards, we're happy to be your partners on all of that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Gim. I think you have hit on a really good point that I look forward to receiving, and that is the recommendations on what we can do going forward. I think that's a great product we all should have available. It's a great idea. So let me just give you the game plan. We still have Councilmember Bass, Councilmember Squilla, Majority Leader Parker, and we had a second panel, but Joe Bitkowitz had to leave. He submitted his testimony. Well, we do have Deputy Attorney General Brendan O'Malley here from the Attorney General's office, and I'd like to invite him just to testify briefly, and then we can go forward, and I'd like everybody to please stay on. So Deputy Attorney General Brendan O'Malley, maybe you could provide your testimony.
Thank you very much, Councilman Dom. I applaud all of the chairs, including Councilman Jones and Councilwoman Parker, bringing attention to this important issue. As Councilman Dom said, my name is Brendan O'Malley. I'm a Chief Deputy Attorney General in the Office of Attorney General. I'm here to represent AG Shapiro. And I run a unit that is not only in Philadelphia, but is statewide. And as the Attorney General office is statewide, we are uniquely positioned to comment on this crisis because we do work all over the state. We work with patrol officers, police chiefs, law enforcement leaders across Pennsylvania. And the staffing problems that you all see in Philadelphia are similar across the Commonwealth. There is a historic shortage of police officers across the state and in fact across the nation. A look at data shows in nearly every community of our state we need to hire more police officers. Unfortunately, there are not enough highly qualified candidates applying to serve. According to the state commission responsible for officer training, MOPEC, we currently have over 1,200 vacancies in accredited departments across the state, and we believe that number is understated. We need to do a lot to hire and train the next generation of police officers and put resources into that. We called on the General Assembly last year to meet this statewide emergency and help hire hundreds of new police officers. Some of our suggestions have been previously discussed here, which is a hiring bonus, a $1,200 in hero pay to keep current officers on the job, funds for local departments to set up crisis intervention and mental health units, and also supporting federal legislation, the Invest to Protect Act. I'd like to speak about the crisis nationwide and statewide, and then we can narrow in on what we've attempted to do to solve this, and also speak about Philadelphia specifically. So this crisis in the workforce of law enforcement has been a long time coming. There was as far back as 2018, the Police Executive Research Forum conducted a exhaustive analysis across the country of this workforce crisis and produced an extensive report in 2019 of their findings. And it's echoing a lot of what we've heard today and this morning. But understand that even though COVID and the crisis in law enforcement that happened as a result of the killing of George Floyd certainly amplified this crisis. This crisis had begun well prior to COVID and what happened in 2020. I did provide the report that has recommendations to Councilman Dom's office, and I would encourage everyone to read it because a lot of what we've discussed is also discussed in the report. The reasons for a reduction in qualified candidates that go well beyond law enforcement in general, just the general ability in the job market that candidates have a lot of opportunities to do a lot of different things. They don't stay in jobs or careers for 25 years in the same place, et cetera. So these broader trends that extend well beyond Philadelphia do certainly affect nationwide, statewide, and in the city, this recruitment issue. So specifically in Pennsylvania, we really have been doing a deep dive on this, as I said, since 2020, and we've spoken to all police departments across the Commonwealth, rural, city, suburban, wealthy, poor, high crime, low crime. Everyone is experiencing the same crisis. And one of the things that I will add, and I'll discuss this a little bit further, is regionally, there will be certain departments that are better staffed and better resourced than others. And what happens is they siphon off officers from neighboring regions. And we see that effect, and I'll speak about that more in Philadelphia, is the collar counties, police departments that may be better resourced or have a bit better, what you would say, quality of life. They're not as high crime, et cetera, are taking officers from the large department like Philadelphia, and in the context of the residency requirement, it certainly does make it more difficult for Philadelphia to replace officers that they lose, experienced officers that they lose quickly. One of our recommendations, and one thing that the AG discusses, is a dramatic increase in pathway or apprenticeship programs, as Councilman Jones discussed. We need to go beyond the status quo of what is occurring now. Those the cadets programs, the police explorers programs, they've been found to be effective. Certain recruiting at, especially for diversity candidates at historically black colleges and universities, have not shown to be as effective as programs like the Explorers program and bringing on cadets that can understand what it is to be a police officer on a daily basis. So we've really been trying to focus on those efforts to have those programs really a dramatic increase in resources towards them. As I said before, well prior to 2020, there has been just a general reluctance for people to enter law enforcement. There was a survey conducted that said 80% of current officers would not recommend law enforcement as a career to others. Those are disappointing things to hear. And I've certainly heard today there's a lot of support for law enforcement and showing the vital link to law enforcement and public service and safety of the community. And I really think that that's a narrative that needs to be pushed out. There's a lot of negative attention to law enforcement these days. And certainly what I've heard here today is people understand they certainly have a role in public safety, and that should be more vocal out in the community. So some of the things that the Attorney General has done, as Council President Clark has indicated, we've convened roundtables across Pennsylvania to address this with police chiefs and law enforcement leaders. We are hearing the concerns of law enforcement leaders, hearing solutions, trying to understand better what each individual department is going through and each individual area is going through in order to formulate recommendations, which we've done. We sent a letter to the General Assembly last year requesting resources for, as I said previously, bonus to current officers, a hiring bonus. Multiple jurisdictions do this: Denver, Arizona, Seattle, Portland. Across the country, not just in law enforcement, but across the country, employers are giving benefits to people that come in new to an agency, and we feel that that's a strong model. It's not a cure-all, but it's one thing that we have pressed the General Assembly to fund. Also, tuition benefits, state support for mental health and community-oriented units, so that police officers feel that they're not just fighting crime, but they're also engaged in the boots on the ground, really helping the community and not just fighting crime, but that community policing model that's been discussed time and time again today. One thing I would say that we do know in the Office of Attorney General is that when we are able to surge resources to certain communities, like we've done in West Philadelphia, like we've done in Kensington, it can have a profound effect. So we do know that increased resources using our agents to complement Philadelphia police does have an effect on violent crime. In West Philadelphia, it led to a 40% reduction in shootings in a 6-month period. We are happy to assist. We are not a large agency, but it just shows that with intelligence-based resources going alongside Philadelphia police, we can have a profound effect. The final thing that I'll discuss, and I'm happy to take questions, is one of the recommendations in the Police Executive Research Forum paper. It's an extensive discussion of the problem and possible solutions. Is streamlining the process. And you all, I will commend everyone that has commented and everyone that is really working hard on this issue, because this is what needs to be done. One of the things that is discussed in the forum is streamlining the process to bring in recruits and really making it easier for folks to become officers, even if it's for a short time, maybe not 25 years, but 5 years to kind of stem the flow. But one of them did deal with streamlining the process, streamlining the application process. And certainly what we've heard and what we've seen in Philadelphia is that the residency requirement is a impediment to that process. So when you say, really streamlining the process to make it easier for qualified people to come on board, the residency requirement would kind of do the opposite there. So we would certainly, based on what we've heard from Commissioner Outlaw and the Attorney General's discussions with her and police chiefs in the surrounding areas, that the residency requirement is a barrier to getting qualified candidates for law enforcement in the Philadelphia Police Department. We would highly encourage to streamline that process, and that the residency requirement would hamper the ability to fully staff up. I mean, this is a crisis acutely in Philadelphia. Want to reiterate, it is a crisis statewide and nationwide, but for the streets that we work on a daily basis, we do realize Philadelphia is severely understaffed, and the Attorney General is actively working to resolve this crisis, actively working to petition the General Assembly to put funds and resources towards this problem so that the community can be made to feel safe, especially with community policing, so that we can get police officers out of cars, back onto the streets, on the bike patrols that every council person I've heard today has asked for, and it is extremely, extremely vital. I was a homicide prosecutor in 2010 to 2015, and almost every homicide that I had when Commissioner Ramsey was the commissioner, the first responding officer was somebody on a footbeat, because they were in the most violent areas. They were responding to these crimes, and it was a pleasure to work with these young police officers that were just coming onto the force and that were immediately assigned to a footbeat in that area. So I'm happy to take questions. I know that we offer a statewide perspective, but certainly Philadelphia is a priority for the Attorney General and for our office.
Thank you, Deputy Attorney General O'Malley. And we'll have some questions. I'm going to go back, though, in the queue. I know that Councilmember Bass has been waiting very patiently. Thank you for your patience, Councilmember Bass, and I'd like to ask you to ask your questions now. Thank you.
Okay, so just a few questions. I want to go back to, I would like to go back to some of the questions regarding recruitment efforts, and also follow up on those particular matters, and the folks who are selected to be members of the Philadelphia Police Department. Good afternoon, Robin. How are you? It's good to see you. How you doing? And I also see Christine Coulter. How are you, Christine? Good to see you as well. And I know our commissioner is on. So real quick, let me just go through, because I don't want to take up all day. Regarding hiring and the credit scores. And so we know that that was a problem for a long time. And I know Councilman Jones was the first one to really drive that point home. Councilman Isaiah Thomas also made the point about credit scores. But another thing that really came to my mind was a number of people who had been disqualified from being selected based on sort of like the mental or the psychological testing that was done through the police department. And, it's easier to determine if someone doesn't pass, let's say a physical, because you know exactly what the requirements are, what the parameters are, or if they don't pass, so a written test, because you can obviously score it, but obviously a psychological is much harder to score. An easier way, I would say, to disqualify someone from the police department. And I have that particular concerns, particularly in light of, I know that the police department had suspended or attempted to fire, I can't remember exactly what, but there was one person who was in charge of recruitment for the police department who was sort of questionable, I would say, because of her involvement with the insurrection that happened January 6th last year. So I'm wondering, all those things taken into account, have we changed any of these factors in terms of being selected by the police department with the written and with the psychological primarily?
So the psych is something, I don't think we have any wiggle room there, but I think the question that we've been trying to address is diversity amongst those with whom we contract with the psychologists. Commissioner Coulter,
what was that?
Yes, we must give a psychological test. It's a state requirement. One of the things that we did in order to try to make sure that they get it right and we're inclusive is we added a second test if somebody fails with a different doctor and letting those two doctors each score individually, and then they come back and talk about it. And probably half of the people who may have been ruled out on the first one wind up getting hired based on the second doctor's opinion. We used to give a second polygraph, but we found that that was not going to then be an eliminating factor. It was going to be an investigative tool, so we felt we were spending money on something that wasn't necessarily going to tell us something, so we transferred that into the psychological exam to give more or less a second chance to folks that sometimes you just can be before a doctor and the way they read you, like, I don't pretend to know exactly what skill set they're looking for, but they do an MMPI and a test specifically for a cop. And just to be clear, when someone doesn't pass the psychological test, it doesn't mean that they're crazy. It doesn't mean that there's something mentally wrong with them. It just means that in the doctor's opinion, they may not be ready to be a cop. And just to give an example, I had a young officer that worked for me years ago. He failed the first time he took the psychological test.
Okay.
Took it like 3 years later, passed the test, and is still an officer today. And he described to me that I would have probably been locked up or fired had I become a cop
Okay.
the first time. Like, I wasn't mature enough. I had some, growing up to do. I was 19
Sure.
years old at the time there was a requirement. So we have been very, very intentional in making sure that our psychologists get a diverse group of doctors. So we have people who represent females and African Americans, and making sure that if you're going to get a second look, you'll go to your doctor. The second one would be somebody different. You know what I mean? To give that. And we have
Sure.
seen an increased passing
Sure.
rate at the psychological test.
And we, obviously we don't want someone who is I'll just say is not well suited psychologically to be a police officer. But I find that it's a less if you're trying to exclude a certain group of people, it's an easier way to exclude people because it's not really as definable, as I said, as the written test or as the physical examination and requirement. So it's a little, it's an easier way to sort of shift, some folks out of the running to be a police officer. So that's my concern. I don't want anybody, obviously, who doesn't. Yeah, I don't want anybody who isn't, mentally capable and ready. But I know a few people who have said the exact same thing. And I don't know if they said something different that sort of flagged them. But to me, they seem to be well qualified and well suited for the Philadelphia Police Department.
Right. And I would just hope that, the doctors are the professionals in that area.
Sure.
I don't think
Absolutely.
they would have any motive to try to exclude anybody other than making sure they're putting their stamp on who they feel would be that fit at that time. And like I said, there are people who do come back and successfully pass after a period of time. Some of them are people who recently returned from the military. People see a lot and they deal with a lot. And I think that they're trying to make sure that before they give somebody that ability to take somebody's freedom or life, that they're at that moment in a good position and a good place in their life to be a cop.
I would agree. We want people who are in a good position mentally as well as physically to be able to perform this position. It's much too important to not take that into account. But just going back, I mentioned all of this because of my concern around. From what I understand, there was a key person who was doing the recruitment for the Philadelphia Police Department. Who was involved in, like the insurrection of January 6th. So I don't know if at any point, based on some of the concerns that have been mentioned here today or could come up, later after I drop off, I don't know if there's going to be any sort of review by the police department in terms of why people made it, why people didn't, how are we going to examine all of these things? How are we going to sort of do a reset if that's necessary and appropriate? I would suggest, based on some of the things that I'm hearing, that we might want to take a deeper dive and look at some of these reasons. And one other quick question. What are some of the main reasons that Philadelphia residents aren't passing the test or aren't becoming officers?
What would you say
Yes.
some of the main reasons are?
DC Wemberly.
Yes, ma'am. The two main reasons is the reading and the agility test that have to be taken.
Reading and agility.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Very good to know. Very good to know. The other question I have is, okay, I see your graphic here. Okay. The other question I had is, are there folks who have tried to become officers past all of the requirements and still for some reason not been selected?
No.
So if you pass all of the requirements, you would be hired by the Philadelphia Police Department, you're saying?
You would be extended the invitation to come to the
Right, it would be extended.
And some
Okay.
people actually go through the entire process and then decline.
Sure. Okay. I just wanted to be sure because I've sort of gotten the suggestion that there are people who have gone through the entire process, who have passed every segment of the way, and who have still not been hired by the Philadelphia Police Department and question why that was. So, but you're saying that that's not accurate.
No, it's not.
Okay. All right. Very good. Very good. And I apologize, but I have to run to another meeting. So I think that I'm going to have to end my questioning here. But I do want to encourage that as we're looking at the hiring process for the Philadelphia Police Department, and I don't know if this is something that already happens, that we're including organizations in the assistance of groups within the police department, like the Black and Latino caucuses, which already exist in the police department, and also maybe some outside organizations like the NAACP, like another number of organizations here in the city, and to maybe help you to do the recruiting and also the selection, and to fill or figure out some of the holes. Sometimes, you have to look outside to make it stronger inside, if you know what I mean. So just a thought.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Bass. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now we go to Councilman Squilla, who's also been very patient. Thank you for your patience, Councilman Squilla.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate this conversation today. A lot of things have been covered, my questions, and I want to go back to Barry real quick in that how we look at the providers for heart and lung, and do we keep statistics on them, and do we grade them in a way where we know the better providers, and are we looking for other providers to address some of our concerns?
Thank you, Councilman. We do keep, we don't have statistics per se about because providers are treating a number of different kinds of injuries, and so we don't have any sort of information that we've been able to develop to say like, oh, okay, it's better to go to Dr. A for a left shoulder strain because Dr. A has been better at having folks recover from left shoulder strains. All right, we do. The city's primary panel, we are looking to have folks who are specialists and specializing in occupational medicine. So they are regularly treating injured workers all the time, our injured workers and other people's injured workers. So those individuals have experience in occupational medicine, and they see a lot of occupational injuries and illnesses. So some of the providers that are on the heart and lung panel have come from a family medicine background, so they don't have as much experience seeing injuries at work. And so there's a little bit of a different level of experience there that we see in those providers.
Okay, so is there a way, though, that we look at them? Because if we're having providers that maybe have people out and never get better compared to some providers that work with folks and get them back to the job? There's no way to measure that, and we don't look to make that happen?
We do. I'm sorry, and I'm sorry for not being clear. So the care in our program, we use guidelines established by the American College of Occupational and Environmental Medicine in order to which provides guidelines for the duration of disability for various types of work-related injuries. And those guidelines are used by all of the providers in our program, both the folks on our regular panel and the folks on our heart and lung panel. And so we do track how well people are complying with those guidelines, and our medical directors who either from risk management and also from our third-party administrator work with doctors who are not holding to those guidelines in terms of addressing issues where they have strayed from the guidelines for the quality of care and the direction of care.
Okay, so we have the ability to see if somebody's not performing properly. Is there a certain contract they have, how many years? And then we would be able to then say you remove them from the contract and then bring on additional people to maybe make that work?
So the contract that we have with a provider is not directly with the city. The city contracts with our third-party administrator, currently PMA, and they contract with the providers that we have on the program. So, but we can direct PMA to say if we have a problem with a provider that we no longer want them treating the city's workers. So we do have that ability under our relationship with PMA.
All right, so then we do have some form of grading system. If we could provide that to the chair for all the providers that are out there, and then maybe see where we're going wrong with some folks, because it could be maybe some providers are not doing the job that they are really paid to do, and maybe we should be looking at a different angle. And real quick question for the commissioner, and I know this was asked about the hiring practices. It seemed like a list. There was like 2,400 people on the list for the police department. Out of that 2,400, are they still 2,400 available for upcoming classes, or was that 2,400 list for already used?
DC Wimberly, you want to clarify that?
Yes, good afternoon. That's the list that we are currently working off of.
Okay, so and when we have our classes, and you said there were 70 in a class graduating, and there's another class that's starting, is there a way to have additional classes follow up with each other to work down that list?
Yes.
Okay, so we have a plan moving forward to have additional classes? How many more classes are we having, and how many people are we looking to have in the future class?
I would say we're looking to hire as many as we can once we go through the list. But we've been trying to put in class in every 3 months. If we could do it sooner, we would, because the class sizes are not that large.
So you said if you could do it sooner, you would, but can we?
I don't think we can. Because we're working on the list now. So by the time we go through the list and get the number of recruits that we can put in, is usually around 3-month period.
It takes that much time to go through that list too. And what is the maximum number of people you could have in a class?
Christine?
Good afternoon, Councilman. We don't have a cap. We've had classes as large as 130. The key is to having ready and qualified candidates. And so if they're not in the system as signed up and ready, then, so we've had a class as small as 17 and one as large as 130. But ideally, we would love to be able to put like 4 classes of 125 each, just to get rid of our deficit. And that's not even counting the people who will be leaving this year, the known as well as the surprise departures. So we have the facility at the training bureau big enough to accomplish whatever we could get ready. It's just getting people interested in the job, qualifying for the job, and then getting them in the seat.
Because even with drop, and how many people are I guess declaring to leave this year and next year. So we know that we're going to have to build through that attrition anyway. So wouldn't it be better to try to consistently add these classes?
Well, it's always our effort to put at least 4 in a year, and we would do more if Deputy Wenberry came to me today and said, hey, I have 80 ready in 2 months, they'd go in 2 months. Like, we don't hold them back because we don't want them to go in. It's just trying to get a class size that's going to make a difference as they come out. But we know who's in the drop, but we don't know. In addition, we're going to have other people that will, retire suddenly, that will, leave the department. So that drop number is only a baseline indicator. The number is actually going to be greater.
All right. Thank you so much. And thank you for all the colleagues that asked very good questions. Thank you, chairs.
Thank you, Councilman Squilla. And also, I just want to reiterate what Councilman Squilla said. There's some really good ideas coming from my colleagues in this hearing. And the idea of us being able to really, I guess, grade the providers for these services would be very helpful to see who's getting them back into the job quicker versus those that are not. So really good information is coming out, so I really appreciate that. And now we're going to go to our majority leader and co-chair, Councilmember Parker.
Thank you, Chairman Dom. Is Chief Deputy Brendan O'Malley, are you on? Chief Deputy Attorney General, are you still with us?
I'm on, Councilwoman.
So, Chief Deputy Attorney General Brendan O'Malley, let me say a huge thank you for your presence here today, and you're providing some state and, quite frankly, national context to the staffing shortage that we are having here in the Philadelphia Police Department, and letting us know this is happening across the Commonwealth. And I wanted to make sure I had that number correct. Did you say 1,200 vacancies across
over 12? Yeah, over 1,200 across the Commonwealth, and we believe that number is understated.
Okay, thank you. And one of the things you talked about is the competitiveness and regionally what has happened. I am familiar with several members of the Philadelphia Police Department who have, in essence, resigned and sought employment in one of our area for counties where they have said, as you so duly noted, that, listen, we feel like the risk will be lesser when we are there. Our families are happy about the fact that we are moving to another region. Is this also a phenomenon that we are also seeing across the Commonwealth, or would you say that is something that is taking place specifically here in the 5-county region in Philadelphia?
No, that is certainly Commonwealth. That is across the Commonwealth. There are counties or departments, for whatever reason, there may be a bigger tax base in a neighboring jurisdiction, and they're better able to fund their officers. So we see it in Altoona, we see it at Scranton. It's a phenomenon that we do see across the Commonwealth. And it has existed for some time. I just think a lot of these, we're at a perfect storm where a lot of these issues have kind of boiled up to the top, but it's an issue that is across the state.
So again, thank you for just giving us this context and putting it on the record. And for the benefit of the viewing public, I think it's important to note, I can remember being back in elementary school at the William Rowan Elementary School at 19th and Haynes Street, and maybe not so much for the girls who were in the class, but we would have career days every year. And when the teacher would ask you to raise your hand to talk about what you wanted to be in the future, becoming a police officer and or a firefighter, it was like a staple response, right? Because there was a sense of distinction and dignity associated with those careers that we have seen, because of a number of reasons, sort of dissipate to the point where, if you walk into some high schools in the city of Philadelphia today and you talk to students, particularly seniors, about considering becoming a police officer in our city, the interest is not there. And so I appreciate you just noting for the record that you were really encouraged by hearing members of our body acknowledge that law enforcement and a presence in our community is something that is needed, because being a police officer right now is not the easiest job in the world to have. And saying that out loud is not something that we've heard, to be quite frank. It was not in vogue over the past 2 to 3 years to say that out loud. But I wanted to state that for the record, and will continue to support it any way that I can in helping to recruit. So I just wanted to thank you, Chief Deputy, for giving us that statewide and or national context. Let me quickly ask you, Commissioner Outlaw and or Deputy Coulter, I don't know who could help me with this, because you have shown us, and Commissioner, I don't know if you could put the slide back up where you show our sort of staffing, our understaffing levels here in the city of Philadelphia. I think I saw a 750 number. I just want to make sure that was correct. Help me if I'm wrong there.
Yes, Councilwoman, I can take that. That number was from what our authorized strength was in 2018. It was, our authorized strength was lowered by 195, and now we're still 500 below our new number. But that would have been our number of our authorized strength as of 2019, which was the area that we were covering for today's presentation. So we're down 750 officers. They're not all the rank of police officers, 750 of our department strength. Some of that is captured in other ranks, detectives and so forth.
With that in mind, can you all give me a dollar amount then that we can attribute to that? Because that should mean that we are in essence like on track to underspend class 100, and that is our class for salaries in this fiscal year. How much would you say we're on track to underspend?
Well, mathematically, Councilwoman, Commissioner, if I may, we're not on track to underspend, because for every one of those vacancies, we still have the same things that have to be covered. So we have to hire officers on overtime, which is actually more than their salary at time and a half. Where we do save is on their benefits, because we're not paying benefits to them twice when they're in that capacity. So right now, the police department is on budget, but we're not under budget, because every time we have a special event, for instance, like say the New Year's parade, we were able to put a lot of officers on straight time at that event. We no longer have that luxury without stripping people from our communities that are working during those days. So we have to up those numbers with officers who are on overtime. And as you can see, the chart that the Commissioner just put back up on our staffing versus overtime, when we have less officers, we actually have to spend more money to make up that gap. So I mean, I understand the way you phrase it, because it would make sense that we would be saving all of those salaries in lapsed salary. But what we're doing is spending it in additional coverage and overtime to make sure we have sufficient coverage on not only details, but every night working in districts. Deputy Dales considers his deployment plan to make up for those officers that he's missing.
I asked that question, Deputy, because someone, and I was very intentional, because I was about to reference the overtime slide, but I was very intentional because someone is going to say that, well, if we are dealing with such an intense level of staffing shortages, that means we should see a rollover of class $100 rolled over for FY23. And so the reason why I asked the question is because I wanted you to answer it and get it on the record, so that if someone does not see that in the coming budget, what is the explanation as to why?
Thank you. Appreciate the question.
Let me also ask you this, and I want you to walk me through this, because I was told that it was about 10 steps. So when I said, can you walk me through the steps that it takes for someone to become a police academy recruit, would you say that there are in essence about 10 steps that folks have to get through? And let me just go back up here to my notes because I said 10 steps. Let me see what this.
Wimberly, while I get that slide up, you want to, here we go.
We're pulling the slide up, Commish?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, once you pull the slide up, Chief Deputy O'Malley, are you still on?
I'm still here.
Chief Deputy, when you look at the steps that it takes here in the city of Philadelphia in our recruitment process, especially since you again gave us some national context when you reference data collected from the Police Executive Research Forum, would you say that this is standard operating procedure, particularly when we think about the largest cities across the nation or even here in the Commonwealth?
So I can't say based on this whether that's too long of a process, but what I do know is this: they have cited an agency that previously the process was 18 months, and they boiled it down by eliminating redundancies and really taking a hard look at their process to 4 months. So I don't know that may have been done already in Philadelphia, but it was cited in the report around the country that departments are taking a good hard look at streamlining the process. So that may have already been done in Philadelphia. I don't know, but departments are, So just to directly quote, that Washington D.C., the Metropolitan Police Department, reviewed their entire process from start to finish, identifying the steps that took the longest amount of time and eliminating redundancies in the process. Steps that could occur simultaneously were consolidated. Other components were outsourced to keep the process moving without taxing internal resources. So Metropolitan PD, it was 18 months, and they were able to reduce that process to under 4 months based on that high-level review that they did of their process. So I think that it's proper to be asking these types of questions.
Got it. Thank you so very much for getting that on the record. My last question, Commissioner, or either of our deputies, because as I look at the resolution that was introduced by our chairman, aside from the current staffing landscape within the police department, he encouraged us to identify issues and solutions to improving public safety to make sure we are making the best use as possible for taxpayer dollars. And one of the issues that has constantly come up when I am talking to people in neighborhoods, and they are again saying to me, where are our beat officers and our bike patrol officers? They are also talking about the 911 response. With that being said, Commish, tell us, if you will, where we are with our 911 dispatchers complement, and if we are looking at the same staffing shortages that we are when it comes to police officers on the street.
Sure. DC Culture will tell you that it's getting a little bit better. We've been able to get some numbers through as far as hiring folks, and our response times have been down, but there's still some work to be done. DC Culture, you want to give an update on where we are with that?
Sure, yes, ma'am. We have had our last two classes were the largest classes we've had in quite some time. One of them was 29, the other one was 26, respectively. What that resulted in is a significant decrease in wait time. We have a goal which adheres to our PIMA goal of answering 90% of our calls in 10 seconds. That's what our goal is. With the exception of weekends, in the last 6 weeks. We've been meeting that goal every day. And on weekends, we're at about 83 or 84%, which is pretty good considering the volume of calls that we experience. On an average day in the wintertime and like, I guess early spring, it's about 6,500 calls a day. Some of them are much more complex than others. We have a mental health script that we answer to. We have a lot of things that we're now trying to get to make sure we're sending the right response. So to answer that volume in the first 10 seconds, and then even as we fall off, maybe the next 5% are answered within 15 seconds. So it's not like it's, if you didn't get answered in 10 seconds, you're waiting a half hour. Our times are really closing in, and we've had, let's face it, our best gauge is the people who call and complain and tell us how long they've waited. They've decreased significantly over the last 6 weeks because our response has been better. We're still not staffed where we need to be. We have a class that's in right now of 16 that'll be graduating in about 4 more weeks. The key is to get people. We get a new list, and sometimes the first 10 people on the list don't come in for the interview. Now, they're new lists, so it's not like they've been waiting a long time, but we're competing with everybody else for all of these jobs, but we're getting more people than we have in quite some time.
So Deputy, tell me how many we have now in terms of the actual number.
We are at our original authorized strength was, I think, is like 285, and now we are working on, we got an increase last year with the help of the managing director of adding 75 more positions. So far we've been able to add 15 of them and continuing to work towards that additional 60 in classes that we're hoping to get in before the end of this fiscal year, which will be the end of June. So we're working really, really hard at getting them in. So we're hoping to get up to about 360, 370, which is a huge increase from where we've ever been. But this is the highest number that we've had in the last 6 years. We still have a turnover rate, but what we've been able to do in the last 6 weeks since we've had these new hires is eliminate the mandatory overtime for folks, because it was really working against us. They were in a position where they too have families, they have kids coming home from school, they have challenges that they can't always stay, and we're doing it with just voluntary basis and still increasing our percentage of calls answered in that first 10.
Listen, what I'm going to do, Deputy, and I appreciate your acknowledging that we've had Philadelphians from across the city complaining that they cannot quickly get through to 911, or sometimes they can't get through at all. And so hearing these numbers and the classes that we are working on right now, we will make sure we let you know from our perspective whether or not the complaints that we get in our office about the response, whether or not we've seen those numbers decrease. My final question, Mr. Chairman, and I want to stay on this 911 issue, is that we are more than 20 years into the 21st century, and texting technology, this is something I have been asking about since I've been a member of this city council. Texting technology has been around for even longer than that. We know New York City has implemented 911, a texting infrastructure. And while Philadelphia has made significant headway, and I think you have some pilots going on, have you conducted a cost-benefit analysis, in essence, as to what it would take for us to implement 911 in our city? And I want to state for the benefit, of the public that when this is marketed in New York City, they encourage everyone to call 911. They are not discouraging people or telling people to text instead of call. They're saying calling is what we would prefer that you do. But for those who are deaf, who are hard of hearing, speech impaired, or those who may be impacted by domestic violence, or let's think about somebody, riding on our mass transit system and they are afraid to pick up the phone or can't get a signal, underground, and they are trying to, text something to us, or they can get a signal, but they're afraid to talk. Tell me about what a cost-benefit analysis looks like to make texting to 911 standard operating procedure in Philadelphia, and have we explored it?
DC?
Yes, Councilwoman, we have explored it, and you're right, we have some pilots going on. So we have built the infrastructure. What we don't have is the capacity. when we examined the other major cities that have gone to text 911, they had a significant increase of, I believe the number was like 60%. It was a very, very high number because I guess of the ease of texting. So
Wait.
when we
Wait. I just want to make sure I'm clear, because I want to make sure I heard you correctly. For those cities that employed the use of texting to 911 as their standard operating procedure, you're telling me that there was an increase in the volume of communications with 911, some as high as 60%.
Yes. Now they too wouldn't be like they still encourage people calling. But as you know, we're in a generation where texting is more popular than calling with a lot of folks. What we don't have built in is a capacity issue. When we had looked at the numbers, if we were to go live with Text 911, we would probably need to double our staffing, which we've never even been able to get to the number that we're trying to get to now, as well as find a facility for them to work out of, because we wouldn't have the capacity, even moving into our new headquarters, to double our size.
So stop. I want to make sure I'm clear for the record. In order for Philadelphia, based on our analysis, our internal analysis, in order to make texting to 911 a reality in the city of Philadelphia, you are projecting that we could quite possibly have to double that complement of approximately 360 or 70 911 dispatchers, but for
Yes.
the texting operations.
Yes, if we were consistent with the other cities, and I wouldn't know that, you know what I mean, we would never know what our increase will be until we're there, but we do have it available for our hearing impaired. We're looking to roll it out into domestic violence victims, people who we know may not be able to speak. So it's something that we want to use, but there's also the other factor that we haven't discussed, in that it would also require the fire department to be able to go to that point as well. And meeting with Commissioner Teal and some of our OIT folks, that capacity for them would have to be built out as well. And so there are some challenges. The additional challenges are with our mental health evaluations. All of those conversations would have to be text back and forth because they're predicated with what a response is. Like, it's not just a standard, here's the questions you ask. You would then have to be involved with going back and forth. If they answer to the affirmative, what do we now ask them next? And I actually think in those cases it may cause a delay, as opposed to being able to forward them the appropriate either mental health or CIT health. So there are challenges that don't only affect us, but affect fire as well, because we send calls over to them, and to have that capacity to send that. Commissioner Teal in our last meetings thought that would really overwhelm his system as well. So it would require that conversation with all of our emergency providers, paramedics, fire, as well as police, to look at anyway expanding a rollout.
Thank you so very much for getting that entire response on the record. We are currently in conversations with some law enforcement agencies in cities across the U.S. And I will tell you that it's really interesting to hear our response and some of the responses that we've gotten from some of the other departments on how they have consumed the cost and the cost benefit analysis that they are sharing with what it has meant to their budget. So we'll keep that in mind. Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you. And I do also want to go on the record as noting that spending $10,700 to advertise recruitment, to encourage more people to go to the police academy, is definitely not where we need to be. I think we need to make a significant investment there. And Commissioner Outlaw, I thank you for acknowledging DC. I'm not sure if you said Baltimore, but other regions who actually purchase airtime and radio time in other cities, particularly in their region. Council member and Mr. Chairman Chairman Dom Dom, that is the same thing that occurred to us from a visitor and tourism perspective with Baltimore, strongly, during COVID, encouraging people that they were open for business, and they targeted our media market to encourage our residents to come there. And I think we need to be thinking the same way as it relates to recruitment for our Philadelphia Police Department. Thank you all so very much for your time.
Thank you, Majority Leader, for your questions and input today. Very valuable. So in the efforts of time, I have a few quick questions, but I'm going to call them lightning round questions. So you can give me very, very, very brief answers to them. And I'm going to start off with the Director of Forensic Science, Mike Garvey. I know that I took a great tour of your facility, and I know that you're really short forensic scientists there. And can you just give me an idea, one, how many forensic scientists you have right now, and how many you're short?
Sure. Total right now, we have about 169 total currently. We have 48 that we're trying to hire. That would bring us up to just about 220.
Okay. And so not today, but if you can submit to us, maybe in writing through the police commissioner, suggestions or ideas on what we can do to help you staff up, we'd love to hear them. And that's for any department, by the way. We want to get all the input as much as possible to make this better. So whatever you could do, we'd appreciate. My next question is for the Deputy Attorney General, Brendan O'Malley. So you mentioned it, Deputy AG, that 80% of the current police officers would not recommend policing as a career, I believe. And then Majority Leader Parker mentioned when she went to Rowan Elementary growing up, that was like a very popular field to go into, policing, and now nobody wants to go into it. So clearly, this is not a Philadelphia or a Pennsylvania, this is a U.S. problem.
Right.
Based on that, is there any type of image or marketing or advertising, as the state should be doing, okay, to attract people into policing? And is there a way that the state could come up with a format of advertising on social media, on TV, and other mechanisms that they would recommend? They maybe have to hire an agency to come up with ideas, but give each municipality the format where we could put in specifics for Philadelphia. If Montgomery County wanted to use it, they use it for Montgomery, but we have the template.
I think it's something we could definitely explore, Councilman. It's not something that was discussed at length previously. However, I will say again the importance of all of the police chiefs we talked to said that the negative environment surrounding policing now is having a really deleterious effect on recruiting. And that when we do have people like yourselves that will support law enforcement for the right reasons, that goes a long way. So even just public statements or public comments that would support them when they do the right thing, instead of just the negative attention when sometimes it is warranted, it is really important and impactful to them. That's police chiefs across the state have said that. But we can certainly look into a more a blueprint and a format for the state to push out messaging regarding the positive aspects of being in law enforcement.
And even for our public schools and other schools, we should have that messaging out there for our students to see that, because this is not just the Philadelphia problem. This is a nationwide issue.
Correct.
All right, well, thank you for being here. I want to also thank each witness for being here today and for your insight. We appreciate your testimony today and look forward to working with you in the future. And I also want to say, I think this discussion was really very important today, and there's great ideas that came out of it. And my office will be sending out some follow-up items requested by my colleagues. And given the questions and suggestions made today, I think there will likely be another hearing in the near future to get some updates. But I also anticipate these issues being raised probably during our budget season. And would either of my co-chairs like to make any closing remarks before we adjourn? Okay. Seeing none, I have three quick closing remarks I want to make on the lighter side. I will say this: I'm very impressed, Commissioner Outlaw, with the Philadelphia Police Department, and I'll give you my reasons why. One, 8 o'clock Sunday morning, DC Dales calls me and says, I just wanted to let you know, Councilman, we had a big issue with ATVs and dirt bikes. Without getting into the detail, we took care of it Saturday night, and they did a great job. So kudos to everyone in that department. And two, I'll just share with you a quick one. I took a ride along, I think it was a Friday night, 6 to 10 in the 24th Police District back in November. Sat in the front seat, wore bulletproof vest, watched your officers work like it was amazing. I think they made 2 or 3 arrests in that 4-hour period. And I have a totally, really so proud of the officers that worked in that 24th district. Gave me, like, it still gives me, like, I have such pride for these people, what they're doing every day to keep us safe. And that, I got to tell you, they did a great job. And last but not least, on the lighter side, the entrance physical fitness requirements that Eric Grips put in the chat. Everyone should print that out. I looked at it, and I looked for my age, which is the oldest one, okay, that I think 3 of the 4 things I could do, and I have to check on the 4th one, which is the 1.5 mile run, but I think I could do the other 3. So if you get really short, give me a call. Anyway, thank you for being here today, and this concludes our hearing on the resolution.
Look at your phone, it's ringing.
I will. 220153, and the hearing is adjourned. Thank you for being here. Thank you.